Come on in, come on in. Got a great discussion today. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I always wanted to have a neighbor like you for a day. But the problem is, when I move in, y'all move away. Let's bring the cash and cup us some smoke. You bring the stash because Michael is broke. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I'm glad she is my neighbor. Hi, neighbor. We having a discussion today. We trying to bridge the gap. What's up with my 256? What that mean? My husband don't know how to communicate with me. Ooh, you gonna want to stay here then, his queen, because we about to have a discussion, and hopefully we can come to some sort of resolution. Because I mean, communication is tough. I think communication does rule the nation. Communication is one of the biggest problems that we have in relationships, not even just like physical marriage, girlfriend, boyfriend, but just in general, man. Communication is important. Um, and it's something that we need to talk about. I think that we're different. Men and women are different. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that we think differently? Did y'all know that we communicate differently? That's why the question is, are women better communicators than men? I've always seen, heard, thought, known, was told that um, women were better communicators than men. That may be true. That may be the case. 265, that's Uganda. Shout out to Uganda. I don't even, shout out to Uganda. But let's have the discussion. So, are men better communicators than women? I'm sorry, are women better communicators than men? Is that a yes or a no? I'm not hearing much. I'm away from my phone, so I don't want to get my old man glasses and whatnot. But y'all feel free. If y'all gonna stay in, like the live, it'll bring more people in. Um, if you like discussions like this, then I'm gonna recommend, and I'll repeat this again, that subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's in my link in my bio. Um, because TikTok is gonna be for fun. We always have good discussions here. If you've ever been in one of my lives before, we have really good discussions, but um, we'll have even better discussions. Amaya says men think they know better than we do. Okay, so you didn't answer my question, Amaya. You think men know better than you do, but what you're saying is you know better than men do, and that you communicate better. Women are great communicators. All right, his queen. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna talk about this. When women are great communicators, I think that in a certain way, women are great communicators, and I've always thought because it depends on how you describe communication. Like I sometimes it's not my favorite thing, especially when you're talking about emotions and feelings. You're talking about expressing emotions and feelings. It ain't one of the best things in the world. Also, what's the biggest challenge you face when communicating with the opposite gender? Be careful. So you're free to say whatever you want to say in the comments. You can do that, but everybody's not going to feel exactly the same way that you do. So I just want to kind of prepare you for um, the pushback because that's just what always happens. Opposites attract, and there's what I'm saying. I think different opinions make the best conversations. Number one. But what I want to do, since we don't have, we probably had a conversation with like seven people last time. I'll just be honest with you. Men communicate when they want to. That is true. And I've fallen into, that's true. That's true. Ooh, y'all finna bash men in this thing? Cool. Cool. Listen, what I want to do is, if y'all don't mind, I am workshopping a chapter that I'm working on my book. So this chapter, it is about communication. So I want to kind of workshop it with you, if you don't mind. Can I go through this? My challenge is patience during communication. Ooh, ooh. See, I like that. I like authenticity. I like realness. Um, that's my challenge too. What's up, Jenna? What's up, Jenna? That's kind of my challenge too. But I have 15. What I want to talk about are the differences between men and women. Can I go through that real quick? I think what I've studied women for a long time, and I've learned a lot. But I think something that handicapped me was that I didn't study men enough. So what I'm saying, I didn't really even study myself. I know what I like, and some of this stuff y'all are saying. I mean, definitely it is the truth. It is the your truth. There are different sides to a story. But I want to go through the differences between men and women because sometimes we'll be in the same room. We speak in the same language. We'll be sitting right across from each other, but we'll be having different conversations. Does that does that resonate with anybody? Let me know if and listen, if anything that I'm saying you don't feel like is right, please let me know. Please let me know in the comments. Men communicate ideas, women communicate feelings. Ooh, ooh. So who is right? Who is right? Who is right? That may be true. But what I want to do real quick is I want to go over the differences. I have 15 differences between men and women. Um, and I want to workshop them with you. If you have a second, just let me know. Let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know if I'm right. All right. Number one, a man is a logical thinker, while a woman is an emotional feeler. We're different. We're not the same. All right. So to be logical is to think in a reasoned, organized, and orderly manner. All right. So I don't think being emotionally centered is better or worse personally. Um, I think there's a time and a place for everything. And hopefully, when we get to the end of this discussion, you can appreciate the opposite sex. I think that we we communicate so differently that, from my perspective, when a woman talks, it's kind of like the Charlie Brown teacher was like, wah, 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 wah. And from your perspective, when a man communicates with you, like, this, that's not healthy. How are we supposed to communicate with each other? And we're not supposed to be the same. We are different. Black Beauty says, I think it all goes together. I think so too. Hopefully, that's what we get to. Men know how to talk with control themselves when talking to their boss. We do know perception is key. Perception is everything. Perception is everything. That's why I love the people that come into my life. Y'all are a little different. I think men speak with pride while women speak with emotion. I think both can omit both behaviors. Oh, we're gonna get there. Men speak with pride, yes, egos and emotion. Ooh, ego is a dangerous thing. All right, so men are logical thinkers, women are emotional feelers. So a man leads with his mind, a woman leads with her heart. So we are having two different conversations when it comes down to it. Well, let me know if I'm wrong. Do y'all agree with that? Let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong. So we might seem incompatible on the surface, but in reality, we complement each other very well. Y'all continue to like the screen. I want to get some more opinions in here. Y'all like the screen if you can. Matter of fact, only like the screen if you hear something that you agree with. If you want other people into the live, that's it. Don't hurt yourself if it's not for you. But you can just sit and you can just view. No pressure at all. Okay, we're gonna run this live a little bit differently. So if I think the difference, if you just have all logic, then you got an empty life. All right, life is empty. There's no spirit. There's no passion. There's no fire. There's no art. And if you have all emotion, then you have a life without order. So, I'm just trying to, we're going to go over the differences between men and women because we're not the same. We can talk about equality, and there's certain things that we can agree on. There's certain things that we can discuss, but we're not the same. They had a book. I've never read it, which maybe I need to. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. We're from different planets. So, we never come, I don't know if we'll ever come to a resolution until we can understand each other and understand ourselves. So I'm gonna put that out there. It's not just it didn't benefit me just to study women because I use it to my advantage. That's what I do. when I really start studying myself, then it's some certain things that resonate with me. Like, man, maybe I'm not as great as I thought I was, and we're gonna get into it. Okay, so no other callers. I got it. Well, we can let people in. We're gonna have a discussion. We're gonna have a discussion for sure, because that's what we do. We have a discussion here on TikTok. So if you want to request up, you can request up. I'll let you in, but I do want to go through these 15 things. So if you want to request up, I'll let you in. I'll even let you comment as far as what I'm saying, but I want to get this out before we get into everything. The book has been debunked. So yeah, I mean, you never know. Was that you, Big Juice, that requested up? You can request back up if you want to. Wanted to chime in, but I think he's doing his own thing. No, I mean, well, you can you can chime in, but I am doing my own thing. It's all of the above, kind of what you want to do, but I'm not going to get off subject. All right. Number two, and like I said, let me know if I'm wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong. For a woman, language spoken is an expression of what she's feeling. All right. For a man, language spoken is an expression of what he's thinking. So if I'm expressing what I'm thinking and you're expressing what you're feeling, we're gonna have a problem in communication off the rip. Am I wrong? Let me know if I'm wrong. If it hits you, you can say ouch if we're telling the truth. So women are emotional feelers, and their spoken words need to be understood from that frame of reference. So men, if you're in here, like we have a conversation and it's so easy to say, oh, she's just crazy, she's just emotional. But what I'm learning is we do have to understand that feeling and thinking, explain the difference. I'll get there, but we have to understand that they are speaking from their emotions. Women should be the president. Hey, see, I can't even take all y'all serious. At a certain point, I got to stop reading these comments. Y'all say anything, but feeling and thinking, I got to explain the difference. Thinking is using your brain. It's being logical. There's a certain thing called emotional intelligence that we do talk about. It's where your mind is stronger than your emotions. All right, you know, um, and being able to recognize your emotions. Your emotions are feelings. They're what's on the inside of you. It's hard to be logical when you're expressing your emotions. There's a time and a place for everything. So, I think that it's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just explaining the differences between us. I haven't heard anybody put in there, you're wrong. You're wrong. So, what I'm saying? Let me know if I'm wrong or if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Okay. Better, no, more frequent, yes. I will agree with that. Um, and I'm unbiased, and when we get to it, who communicates better? Man, I think certain people communicate better than other people, and it depends because you can communicate your feelings, you can communicate your emotions, you can communicate your thoughts, and everybody's not good at communicating this straight. I want it to look like we're having a real discussion. What's going on, y'all? What's going on?
Hey there, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Y'all,
Hi.
did y'all fix grid, fix panel? What does that even mean? Do we want the grid? Hold on, let me get this straight. I'm gonna try to get through as quickly as possible what I got going on. I think men mistake passion for being emotional. Okay, okay, all right. Eventually, I'm
Um,
gonna stop reading the comments. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to introduce myself and shout out to the host, Michael. Nice to meet you. My name is Blake Marie, but I go by Big Juice on here just because that's my little
Big
name
juice.
on the internet. Yeah, Juice is fine. But I wanted just to answer the questions up on your prompt just because wasn't sure if I was going to be here for the remainder of the 13 you wanted to list. But I just wanted to just really quickly. Are women better communicators than men? I would say absolutely not. I would not base it off of a gender. I think it boils down to emotional intelligence, being able to communicate effectively, able to actively listen, and then being able to respond without necessarily listening to respond, but being able just to take it in and let it marinate or whatever. So I think that both sexes can do that. I don't think one is better than the other. However, the biggest challenge that I face communicating with men is the emotional intelligence, right? Like that it does sound like it sounds like men a lot of times are annoyed with how women express themselves, right? And it leads me to the question of, well, do men actually like women for who they are, and do men like women for who they are? Because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Just being honest, because when we ask these questions, it's like you said something very profound in the beginning, and you said, hey, men and women are very different. I think that was the best thing you could have said, because though we are the same species, we are not the same. We don't rock the same body, the same mentality, nothing. So my biggest thing is having men to understand, hey, when I'm coming from a logical standpoint or whatever, having them to respond to me also with logic and understanding, and not with passion. I think women speak, yes, with emotion, but I think men can speak with passion, and that can also come off as angry, not being heard, not being understood. So that's all I wanted to say. I'll be quiet now.
Ooh, I love it what you said. Let me address none of your biz real quick. Handsome Michael, you did call me a handsome misogynist. That's not why you got muted. I think you were in here trying to mine for followers. And when my mods are in here, they be, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of, they'll kind of do what they do. They'll kind of do what they do. And they will be in here. Right now, they're not. So I kind of play and you can say what you want to say. I hate getting muted in other people's chats. So now I don't even go, I go into other people's lives and I don't even speak anymore because I done been muted.
Hi,
Got you, none. I'm just telling you what happened. What's up, special?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I was just talking and you interrupted me. But go ahead.
Oh, I did.
Hold on,
I'm
hold on. One more second, special.
okay.
Um, you can flirt. You can flirt in my Cash App, or I got a good cause you can flirt to. You know what I'm saying? Or you can just flirt in the comments. That's fine. Go ahead, special. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ain't that what it said? Ain't that logical? Go ahead.
Um, nice to meet you, Big Juice. I think that yes, men and women are the same humans, but we are different. I think, like Juice said, being a good communicator does not depend on your gender. It just depends on individuals. I know of women who know how to sit down, gather their thoughts, and give out their message without necessarily being aggressive. And, they speak in a way that they can be better understood. And men as well. I think it also has a lot to do with where you grew up and maybe culture, because in some cultures, women are not allowed to talk. So sometimes when you meet a woman from such a cultural background, she may express herself in a different way that you will not understand, that you may tend to feel like, I don't know how to put it, but yeah, it doesn't depend on gender. It just depends on the individuals. What else do I have to say? Yeah, like the topic says, the question, I don't think it depends on gender. I think most of the times, oh God, I got a call. Let me go. I'm sorry.
Handle your business. Handle your business. Anytime y'all need to drop, y'all can. We'll, open up the panel for everyone. But it's been some real. I agree with what she said, Big Juice. I don't think that I'm gonna go. I got to see the man. Y'all doing the most. I ain't even man. I'll tell y'all some stories, man. And y'all, I appreciate it. I got to learn how to take compliments. All right, I'll be whatever you want me to be. I'll be that. That's fine. I'll be fine. But they hate you though. I don't understand. I didn't get that. Big Juice. Um, you can chime in if you agree or
I'm gonna let
disagree. Y'all
you.
can feel free.
I'm gonna let you keep going, and then when I want to chime in, I'll ask politely.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. I'm down with that. And it's 15 things. So we were at for a woman language is spoken as an expression of what she's feeling, and men language is spoken as an expression of what they're thinking. So men think when they're communicating. Women feel. Nobody didn't let me know that I'm wrong there yet. So what I'm saying is, um, men are logical, and sometimes our words. don't adequately express our feelings, if that makes any sense. Um,
I,
so go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think in what you're about to say, Jesse Bug 1991 had something very, I think, prominent in this
I
conversation.
don't be
She
trusting the
said,
comments. Them my
I
friends.
know,
I don't be
and
trusting them.
I feel you. I'm not gonna, read things that I don't think are good to the conversation. I feel I'm a streamer too. I come from this, so I feel you. But she did say, um, it's not necessarily women are better communicators. Women are taught to communicate, and men are allowed to communicate their feelings and made them, or excuse me, I think she went to say men are not allowed to communicate their feelings and made to push them down, aka suppress them. I think it goes into what you just said, but I just forgot what you just said, so I'm gonna shut up and learn how to chime in when I can remember when the host has said something that relates to what I'm about to say. So, oh, my
Oh,
bad.
that's cool. That's cool. Sometimes the comments, although they're great, and we can go back through and get them if they say something profound, then great. But normally I assume they just talking to each other in the comments, and they'll address them and they'll whatever, and you can do that too. What's going on, new guests?
Yeah, new guest. This is my backup page. This is Bert.
Bert,
Um,
what's up, Bert?
what's going on? Yeah, I go by Shaniqua as well. Don't judge me. Yeah, I think this is an interesting topic, right? So, I came up because there's something that I think you missed, not on purpose. I think you would have gotten to it eventually, but I think it's true that women that women like feel first and communicate their feelings, and men communicate their thoughts. I think that's accurate. But I think also what's interesting, in my opinion, is that the purpose of communication for a woman, like when women speak to you, think about this. When women speak to you, they are trying to evoke an emotion in you. They're not just expressing an idea. And you notice that when you talk if you're married, when you talk to your wife or your woman or whatever, is that they're not really satisfied until you feel what they feel. They're trying to
Hold
share
on,
a
hold on,
feeling with
hold
you.
on.
You think I'm wrong?
I've experienced this before. No, you're. To me, you're right that sometimes, just from my experience, they might not be satisfied until you feel exactly what they're
They
feeling.
get upset if you're not actually feeling what they're feeling. That's what, yeah, and that's what they're doing, right? And
So,
if you look at the number of words women speak per day, I think that's part of the reason is that when men speak, it's just like, hey, bro, I think this. This is what I think, and we're done. But when women speak, they need you to get to the level of emotion that they're at for them to be satisfied with the communication. And I think that's why they use so many words.
so
What do
I want to challenge that if I
oh,
can.
feel free.
That's cool, and they're requesting
And
up,
I
so I imagine you done triggered, you done done something, Bert. You done done something.
Um, I just wanted to say, and nice to meet you, Bert, and Angelic, nice to meet you as well. I would say this: and as a woman, I think I'm speaking for a lot of us, right? And Angela, let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm not looking as, let's say, in the moment of tension, high emotion. I'm not looking for you to feel the way I feel, right? Because most of the times I'm feeling hurt, I'm feeling broken, I'm feeling upset, I'm feeling not heard, I'm feeling inadequate maybe in a lot of times. So instead of me wanting you to feel that way, I just want the understanding.
You know
And a
what? Let me
lot of
dial it
times, now
back
I
a
will
little
tell you,
bit.
hold
So
on,
you so
I
you're looking
will
for
say,
empathy
so let
then?
me finish. So in a lot of times with a lot of immature people and women in this aspect, right, will want you to, they'll start yelling and want you to start yelling, right? I won't even deny that, because that's exactly what it is. You're not mad enough. I don't think you care enough. But that is a very immature and emotional response to any quarrel. So I believe that the women that you're referring to are immature women, and I believe that this could be
Let me
immature
respond to
people.
that. Yeah, so I don't necessarily think that they're immature. I think that what I'm saying is true, is generally true for most women, right? You can feel free to challenge that. But so I think the word that might be more appropriate than the way I said it before was, I think women do expect and even require a level of empathy, right? So
Sure.
I said they were looking to share a feeling with you. You can call that empathy, and I think there's like not much difference between the term empathy and what I was saying before, right? And I don't think it requires yelling. I don't think it requires that. That's not what I'm speaking of. I think they need to when a woman speaks to another woman or to a man. I think women are satisfied when they know that the other person is at least empathetic with how they feel, right?
Sure,
And I think
that I
that's what's
can agree
up.
with.
Good,
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
Awesome.
Listen, and when it comes down to it, we do sometimes we do say the same thing, like somebody said in the comments, but we are speaking different languages. I think that and it's tough, and I think we've gotten to the point that women think men are stupid and don't understand, and men feel the same way. So, it's gotten to that point, you know what I mean? Because, perspective is everything. It's a lot of things that are said in the comments that are true. Perspective is everything. And if you don't, okay, all right. And I think I'll speak for everybody. But what I need from you is understanding.
That ain't your
How
calling.
can we commune? You don't like that?
That ain't your ministry. But I
Hey,
promise you, we get it.
if you don't hear what I say, don't hear. I didn't even warm up. I didn't even warm up. What's up, Angelic?
All right, good.
Good afternoon. Well, it's afternoon here. How's everyone doing?
Afternoon.
Good, thank you.
Good. Well, I think that sometimes we look at more of the verbal communication and not the nonverbals. Um, Sometimes
When you
nonverbal
say
speaks
we, who are
louder
you
than the
speaking about?
people, male and
Okay.
female. Um, we look at the verbal versus the nonverbal. Um, and that is a real big problem because an issue, especially for well, both genders, because I don't think communication is subject to better for one gender versus the other. I just think it has to do with how you guys communicate with one another, and it depends on the dynamic of the relationship. Um, because especially for women, we do want to be heard. That is absolutely a fact. When you're communicating with your significant other, you want to make sure, or you want them to hear you. But here's the problem. You may be talking, but is the person listening? Are they actively listening? And so that could be a major issue. Communication is not just me talking and you hearing me, is you responding to whatever I'm asking or whatever we're discussing, you know. And so, yeah, there's a whole lot to say, be said about communication, you know. And emotional intelligence is definitely a must because you won't even understand how someone is feeling if you can't empathize with them, right? And so, especially with society today, I feel like a lot of people are into this selfish way of looking at things. What I want, it's all about me. So you look at you take communication more personal versus, okay, I'm hearing you. Let me listen, to actively listen. I always tell my students, you need to actively listen. So that requires you to be silent and actually allow your brain to process what the other person is saying versus you just talking and being ready to speak over the other person, right? And I think that a lot of times the reason why we're not communicating effectively is because we're too busy thinking what we're going to say next versus me actively listening to what you're saying. How is this person feeling? What does this person think about this matter? How does this man, want us to go into this situation if he's leading me in one direction? Am I ready to respond, or am I just actively listening so I can respond intellectually or in a way where we can make sense of whatever it is we're trying to accomplish? Because communication requires, another joke I always tell my students, and I also say this to my pastor, we have two ears and one mouth for a reason. We're supposed to be slow to speak and more listening. We're supposed to be quicker to listen, and that's even biblical. And in this society, in this time, we have more speakers. Everybody want to be heard. Everybody want to be seen. No one wants to take a moment to listen and effectively listen. And that's when the emotional intelligence come in. And
So,
a lot of people are not taking that time to pour into themselves. And
So,
so
Angel,
all I'm doing it.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
no, no. You go ahead and finish. Bert's gonna let you finish. He thought
People
you
are
were
not
done.
actively pouring into themselves. You must first know who you are. And when someone says something, or whatever the case is, you don't always have to respond. You don't always
Ooh.
have to verbally respond. Sometimes that moment of just silence actually gets the point across versus you arguing or just verbally, going at it with the other person. And I feel like sometimes we don't know. We lack the intelligence of how to communicate effectively. And so, yeah, that's why I stand.
So I think that's interesting, right? Here's what I think is happening, and I wonder what you guys think, right? I think and I thought about this while you were speaking. I think men have very little issue communicating with one another. Like men communicate with each other very well. And from my observation, I'm not a woman, but from my
Mm.
observation, hold on, wait a minute. From my
No, no,
observation,
no, Bert. And
I
men
thought it
will
was on me.
communicate with a head nod, with some
Oh yeah, yeah,
grunts,
yeah,
with
yeah.
some.
I've never heard men don't have issues communicating with each other. Like it's very easy for us. And from my observation, and you ladies can tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think women have an issue communicating with each other. So the idea that hold on, Angelica. So the idea that either one of us is a poor communicator because of emotional intelligence or whatever else you want to throw at, I think is kind of garbage to be honest with you. The issue is that we're not speaking the same language as each other. Not that we're bad communicators. So there's a flaw. One of us has a flaw, and it's not necessarily men, and it's not necessarily women, but it is something we're talking about.
I think, can I say something really quick? I'm sorry, Michael, if you wanted to get back.
I do want to get back, but I'm gonna let y'all
Sure,
do what
sure.
y'all do for a second. Go ahead. Go ahead. Listen, I'm
I think
reasonable.
this begs a bigger question, and I don't want to make this about. I think I said this when it was just me and Michael up here, but it comes down to, do men, and don't jump me when I say this, but do men actually like women? Do women actually like men? Because when it comes down to it, it seems like we have so many issues with each other that the love for one another does not supersede any of the bull crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't like the way each other talks. We don't like the way each other expresses themselves. One thinks that they're smarter than the other. It's like, do we even really like each other? And where is the resolution to this?
Y'all mute up. Where's the resolution? Y'all mute up real quick. Mute up real quick. I gotta respond to. If y'all don't mute up, I'm gonna have. They're gonna mute y'all. Y'all know how to mute. Y'all know how to hit the mute button real quick. I'm gonna let everybody speak. Bella, you know how to mute. Your mute button work.
Hello.
Mute up real quick. Okay, you're gonna get muted if you don't. Okay, Coretta, you talking about my singing's gonna make people leave. They can go. I tried so very hard to keep this love alive, but you don't wanna meet me halfway in the understanding pride. There's no way that we can work it out if we don't pull
This is why you
together.
muted us.
I don't mean to be demanding. I want some understanding. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. All right. Listen. I got 15, 15. I'm only on number two, but you know, see the problem is what I just sung, y'all looking at the tone if I hit the right note, but y'all not looking at the message, okay? The message is powerful. Let me hold on. Let me get what is that? Why do they do that? Man, TikTok is weird. Let me get to this real quick. All right. So I think that both of us have similar thoughts or feelings, but we express them in different ways. So men, they might think the same way that you think. Y'all may have similar thoughts, but they express them differently. Women, we may feel exactly the way that you feel, but we're not equipped to um we don't express them the same way that you would express them. Like I think Big Juice was just saying, like Juice was just saying, do we like each other? I think we just come to the point where in reality we don't want somebody who's just like us. In reality, I feel like we want the same thing when it comes down to it. Women want a leader, men want to be able to lead. You know what I'm saying? We want to be able to respect each other. We want to be respected. But I don't think that we know how each other communicates. And we don't appreciate it. We don't appreciate the differences between men and women.
I disagree with you
And
a
I
little bit.
think, Go ahead. Go ahead. You
Yeah,
disagree with?
yeah. I mean, I think you'll appreciate this disagreement, right? I think men from the ages of 7 on, we do nothing but study women. Men know women a lot better than women know men. That's my take on it. So I don't think it's that men don't understand that how different women are. It's certainly as men get into maturity. But I think women don't actually have to play that game exactly the way men have to play it. That's my opinion. But what do you think?
I want to add this on. You may be right. We do study women because we have to. And this is just me speaking to myself. I'm going to tell you the reason why I got these notes because I just started a Bible study class. Everybody don't believe in God and all that, which is cool. So, you know what I'm saying? But I have to teach my Bible study class. So I feel like it's necessary for me to prepare for this like I do for that. But what I think, Bert, is that men don't study men enough. They don't study themselves. This is what, because listen, I've been studying women for a long time because I need to.
Maybe,
But
maybe you're right. Go ahead. I
I
might
haven't
agree with
been studying. Well, hopefully, hey, when I get that's why I want to get through this because you know what I'm saying, this information, like I'm not here to separate men from women. I'm not that's not here what I'm trying to do. If you ever been in my life, you know exactly what time it
No,
is.
no, no. I,
You know what
I,
I'm
I
trying
think,
to do.
I think it's no. I think what you said was interesting, right? I think it's true that I guess the way I would say it is different. We might be saying the same thing. I think there are a great many men that don't understand exactly what masculinity is, and they don't understand what their walk in masculinity is. But that's how I say it. More words, but like I think I mostly agree with you. But go ahead.
Okay, well, y'all let me get through this. If anybody wants to jump in real quick and feels like what you have to say, because a lot of things that y'all say, I'm gonna try to get through this as quick as possible. I just got 15 things. I'm on number two. The differences between men and women. If y'all want to jump in and y'all want to say something from what was, if you've been offended, if you've been, if you have a different viewpoint, that's fine. It's welcome here. If y'all want to go ahead and get it in, get it in.
You said something interesting. Men don't study men enough, right?
Hmm.
If that's
But this
the
is, hold
case,
on. This
oh,
is what
okay.
I'm learning about myself.
Okay,
So
that's
I don't
fine.
want to put
No,
it
no,
on
no.
all
It's
men.
it's 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 not it's not gonna be one of those. If that's the case, then what the no, not like that. But if men are learning men or not learning men, how do we get to the point of you all teaching us how to learn you?
Hmm.
Because if y'all don't know each other, I mean, not saying like
Can I help you with that, sister? Can I help you with that? Hold
sure.
on, babe. Hold on. Let me tell my husband to turn his phone down, cause let me help you with that. First of all, when you're dating somebody, you're dating because you want that person to become with you as one. You have to understand who you are first in order to even, put that energy off on that person. If you're not as one, how is the relationship going to manifest and work? You are him, he is you. You are one, as one. See, we forgot to put that part in it. It's like relationships now are based on accolades, material things. What can a man, what can a woman bring to the table? But when you are one and you have changed your mind setting and you're thinking on that level, then there's nothing that you can't do because you're one. Excuse me.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, babe.
Bella, did you want to jump in and then manifest? I know Angelic, you wanted to
And I
go. Let
just
me
wanted to
get.
just say one more thing.
I'm sorry. I muted you because I thought you were on the phone. You can unmute yourself and you can speak what you had to say. My apologies.
Okay. What I
Hold on,
wanted to
Bella.
say.
Hold on, Bella. Hold on,
It's
Bella.
okay.
Give me 1 second. Go ahead. I'm her.
I just want to say that I'm speaking from experience because I used to think, the same thing as far as communicating and what was the biggest challenge that I faced, with communicating with the opposite gender, where I learned how to communicate with myself first. That's why I'm able to speak so freely and confident because I know who I am. See, like I was just saying before, it's not about the accolades that I have attracted and obtained. It's about how I use it and operate with who I have with me, if that makes sense. I have my one, so I can share, those accolades with. You have to be on one accord with your mate. If you're not on one accord, it's not going to work. Absolutely. You can't keep dipping and dabbing, running from pillar to post, trying to find that person when you have to look inside yourself. And once you look inside yourself, then you know what you want. You know what you're not going to accept. You know what you're going to tolerate. See, they're not talking about none of that. The young man in the comments want to come at me and say that I'm mad and narcissistical. How is that narcissistical? Because I'm working with my mate. He said that I have the perfect marriage. It's not perfect, but guess what? We're one. Okay? We're one. My husband, he respects me, I respect him. We work together, side by side. We don't have outside interferences coming in trying to distract or destroy what we have already built. That's not going to happen because, first of all, we don't put people in our business. We don't put nobody in our business. We don't need friends. We're good. You understand what I'm saying? And I just really believe that if people would get that concept and that method down pat, a lot of relationships will be more healthier today. Instead of thinking that men is a simp because they loving on a woman or they loving them down and things of that nature. They're not looking at any of that. They making up excuses because they don't want to fully commit with that person because they have some reservations, and that's where the thoughts come in. But if you're with your one, you don't have to worry about anything because guess what? He's you and you're him. And I'm gonna land my plane right there.
Constant. Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and get y'all stuff in. Bella, if you want to go manifest, and then I'll open it up because y'all don't want me to get through what I got. It's all good.
Hi, my view is that things concerning communication in a relationship falls the both sides, like the both agendas. Like before you talk about communication, you first have to talk about the conflicts, especially the intrapersonal conflicts. These are the conflicts within us. Yes, before you communicate, you have to first deal with yourself. You have to first wash away all the conflicts. Those are the insecurities. Then when you wash away the insecurities or the intrapersonal conflicts, then you come and then communicate. That is when communication becomes easier. Yes, that is why women, on the other hand, communicate easier than men, because they fight with their conflicts first and then communicate, which is not in men. Men are very, I don't contaminate by, they think communication is not key. They think maybe communicating that I'm going to this and this place, I'm going to do so and such and such a thing is the best thing to go. But there are very many things they leave behind, hence making everything go berserk. So me, I think before you talk about communication, before you focus about communication, for you to make it so easier, first work on conflicts within you, within the marriage. That is when communication will be easier. That is when both of you will sit on table and talk about something. That is when you will start to set rules for your family. But apart from that, it is not going to work through. Yeah, that is what I think.
I love it. Mute up everybody. And let me get through some of this. It's gonna be manifest and black sugar, but I do, and then I open up, but I wanna kind of get through, what I'm talking about. And man, I just want to say this. Sometimes we shouldn't listen to what the women say. We should listen to how they feel. I haven't had anybody discredit what I'm saying now. I want to move on to number three. So language that is heard by a woman is an emotional experience. I don't know if men can relate to that, but language that's heard by a woman is an emotional experience. Language that is heard by a man is the receiving of information. I'm working on this book. I'm trying to work through this chapter, so I really would appreciate y'all's feedback. If you feel like I'm wrong, hearing is not the same thing as understanding. All right, so um, it's a different experience when we're having this conversation. That's why I think it's important that we do understand each other. Number four, women tend to take everything personally. Men tend to take everything impersonally. And don't be triggered by this because there's something that's coming up that triggered me, and I didn't even want to add it in here. But um, to me, what I've learned from that is that we have to be careful with what we say and how we say it. And just because I wouldn't be offended by it doesn't mean that it's not offensive. All right. It's sometimes it's tough to think outside of yourself, outside of what you think and outside of what you feel, and to really see it from somebody else's perspective. And I think that that is my gift. Used to be my curse, but I'm only using it as a gift. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that, like I said, we have to be careful. But on the other hand, women have to be careful in how they interpret men's response to what you say. Because just because a man doesn't react emotionally doesn't mean that they don't understand what you're saying or what you mean. If you get what I'm saying, ooh, that is the ooh, that's weird. You let me know. Hey, listen, if it hits you, you can say ouch. You know what I mean? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? This is something I'm trying to understand. Um, because just because we don't react emotionally doesn't mean that we don't have feelings or we don't care. And honestly, I think if we understand each other, it's not just for men to understand women. It's for women to understand men. It's for women to understand women. Men need to understand themselves. Women need to understand themselves. Um, because there's a big breakdown. If I can't make her happy, then I should be able to make her sad. It comes with the territory. What? If you shouldn't be able to make her happy, you shouldn't be able to make her sad? Maybe that's what you meant to put. I don't know. I listen, but I understand. We're gonna work through it all together. All right. Number 5, women are interested in the details, the nitty gritty. Nitty gritty. Men are interested in the principle. All right. The abstract of the philosophy. It's like if we married, we got guests coming over. Okay. In my mind, I'm gonna say, hey, all right, we need to have some entertainment. Maybe we need to have some wine, some food. We're gonna have a great time. But a woman, hey, a woman might say, hey, we got this stain in this carpet. You know what I'm saying? We got, you know what I'm saying? We need to make sure this is straight before it comes up. It's different. It's different. When we talk about leaders need to think in principle, in concepts, not just the nitty gritty. And I'm not saying that men need to lead. If you feel like you need to lead, then hey, you know what I'm saying, do what you do. But if you desire to lead, but you desire a leader, you're gonna have internal conflict forever when it comes down to it. And I know not everybody is designed to lead you, but just let me. I'm just trying to work through this. I'm trying to work through this. Y'all gonna love my book when it comes out. It's gonna be for everybody. It's not gonna be just designed. Not too many. Okay. Um, so y'all are not religious, but under God's design, the husband sets the vision and direction, the principle, and that's his gift and role. And the woman is
Uh-uh.
gifted to know how to bring the vision to fruition.
Right,
The
as a
details,
helpmate, exactly, as one. That's right. That's right.
and together it's a powerful combination. All right, let me
That's
open it
right.
up while I got my people in here. Who's speaking? Who's that? Hold on, Carly. Oh, I'm gonna let y'all do y'all thing. Manifest, and then Black Sugar. Then I'll just open it up. If y'all have a issue with me, y'all let me know. I'm not trying to be problematic.
No issue with you, bro. Good evening, Mike. Good evening, panel. Good evening, chat. No issue with you, man. Matter of fact, after you finish writing your book and you definitely publish it and everything, let me know. I'm gonna definitely buy it. I'm definitely
For
gonna
sure.
support you, bro. Definitely. There's a
Come on
nuance
back,
to this
Angelic. I don't know why
conversation.
you go
There's
ahead.
a nuance to this conversation that the communication styles, right? I don't want you to walk with me. I'm not gonna be long. I'm gonna be very short. If I'm brought up in a home that's a broken home, that is filled with toxicity, chaos, dysfunction, trauma. Think about this. Filled with it. How do you think the communication style is in our home? Not it, non-healthy, right? It's one of the most dysfunctional, most toxic things going on in the home, which is something that is indoctrinated into you as a child. So you grew up in brokenness. You're not exposed to a healthy conversation, healthy interaction between men and women. All you know is the toxicity and the chaos and the dysfunction that was in your home, and you think that is the correct way to communicate in your toxicity, in dysfunction, in chaos. So it's not until you choose to do better and learn a healthy communication style. But first, I have to start with healing first, because you got to heal your perspective, heal the inner you, so you can have a more functioning you, so you can have a healthy relationship or healthy friendships, or communicate effectively and efficiently in the business and workplace. See, the issue when I see here, there's a divide. See, when it comes to poor healthy or poor communication, that is something amongst broken people. People that deals with trauma, people that live in survival mode, people that grew up in type of environments which you had to survive. Then you are the opposite side of that. You have the healing people, people that was raised in thriving communication, people that was raised in healthy development, healthy marriages, know what a husband was, know what a wife is, know how functioning families operate. It's totally different. So it's not about a gender situation, it's about an agenda situation. Majority of the time, especially on this out, we have people who are hurt, bitter, broken, miserable. Their agenda is to their agenda is to pull that filth out there because they want to keep you tied to them, whether it's by following, whether it's by misery love company. They don't have any information ready to say or any new information to put out there, anything of substance. So they want to keep you tied to them because they identify with your emotional fragility. And a lot of that happens to a lot of women. It also happens to a lot of emotionally led men that never been around divine masculinity. Don't even know what that is. So how do we help the divide? How do we stop the agenda? And how to recognize this agenda over a gender? Because it's not a gender issue. It's an agenda issue. So we got to help them heal internally. And once you go through a healing journey, you go through the process of it, therapy, counseling, isolation, separation, you will discover who your true self is, not what raised you, those inner childhood situations, that trauma. You will begin to have a healthy lifestyle for self, and you'll learn how to communicate effectively. You'll learn how to listen to understand, be slow to speak, be quick to comprehend first. Not everything is an emotional attack. Not everything is based upon sensitivity. You know how to decide or discern between how to respond and in the big picture. That is the issue, and I land there.
Okay. All right. Let me do a shameless plug real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all join in. Number one, thank y'all for liking the live. Y'all feel free to like if y'all hear something that you like. I do have a cash tag up there. It is a group of friends. I'm doing a fundraiser right now. It's a group of friends on this app. It's something that I don't really have right now because I'm new to TikTok. Whether y'all have $1, $2, whatever y'all can donate. Um, they're getting together. Their lives are a lot less. Well, my lives aren't messy. I'm not going to say that, but they've come together. They're trying to meet up. They're trying to have a little fun. And what I want to do is I just want to try to contribute as much as I can. If y'all donate $1, $2, $5, $10, whatever, y'all just say it's from Michael so they know exactly where it's from. That's up to y'all, but we appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all, and they're gonna appreciate it. They're a group of great people. You don't meet a great group too often. Go ahead. I did want to get Black Sugar and Katie in here, but Angelica, you got something to say? You can say it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to chime off of Mr. King. He's he was right where I was thinking, your environment plays a part in your communication, cultural differences play a big part in communication. Who's bringing you up? Your religion, practices, all of those things affect how you communicate, right? Um, as I said before, I'm a teacher. I work in the South Bronx in New York. And so I deal with a lot of students, in elementary school. I have a lot of, nieces and nephews. And I'm just watching how society is rearing up our children to communicate. And it starts at home and it starts as a child. There's the stages of development. And when you communicate effectively with your children at home, when your tone is at a certain level, when you are able to express how you feel as male and female growing up from youth, you are more effective in your communication as you mature into your adulthood. And I find that some of my students that have those open dialogues with their parents at home, they're way more outgoing, they're way more expressive versus those students that are told, sit down, be quiet, don't talk. The way they communicate is a whole lot different. And you can see it even in their behavior, the way in which they deal with one another. So if I'm watching this with children and you've already been programmed this way into your adulthood, you're going to feel some type of way. The way you communicate is not going to be as effective as somebody that came from a home where communication was open. And I think that that's one of the biggest challenges. How do we effectively teach our children from youth how to communicate where it'll go into their adulthood? How do, like I said before, those nonverbal communications way more sometimes than even the verbal does. If I grew up seeing my dad and my mom fighting every day, drinking every day, in a disagreement all the time, they're doing that in front of me and my siblings. Obviously, when I grow up as an adult, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to see that as normal. The only time I'll see it as abnormal is if I have a partner that comes into the relationship and look at me and say, wait a minute, that's not the type of home I grew up in. My home was more, my parents had conversations and we knew they argued, but they didn't show that to us. And so it was more kept quiet versus, we're outside fighting and everything is displayed in the front of our communities and in front of our children. So effective communication, it doesn't start as an adult, right? It starts as a child, and we have to teach those skills to our children. And that helps us in our relationships, whether it's in a boyfriend, girlfriend, marriage, whether it's in our workplaces, it doesn't make a difference. Communication is key to anything in life. And we see that even in our society. We're failing in some places because we lack communication skills. So that's kind of where I wanted to stand. Thank you
Communication
for
is
allowing me.
important, and children learn how to do relationships by watching you. That's what she said. They're sponges. They're going to observe it. My children are going to observe the way me and their mother communicate. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to, they're definitely going to watch, and they're going to see how, you know what I'm saying, you treat each other. I can definitely agree with that. So I'm gonna give you a chance, Black Sugar, and then Katie. If you got, you know what I'm saying, I do want to get through these 15. That's why I do recommend that y'all follow me on YouTube. You know what I mean? So I can, have different discussions. Here, we like to have fun. We like to have, conversations, and I'm doing a disservice to y'all by trying to get through my point. Um, but um, the link's in my bio. If y'all were smart, y'all would follow me on YouTube if y'all enjoy these. Go ahead, Black Sugar, if you want to go, and then Katie, and then I'm on number 6. So we almost done. We can talk as much as we want.
Yes, I'm in agreement with what Angelic, I think her name is Angelica, just said.
Angelic?
With yeah, with Angelic. Yes, communication is key, and I think oftentimes when it pertains to adults don't listen to gain understanding. They listen to respond. And there's a difference when you're communicating an issue or just communicating in general. If we're not listening to understand what the person is saying, then we're not getting the true nature of what they're saying. We're just taking offense, or we jump to conclusions oftentimes without really gaining understanding of what another person is trying to say. So yeah, I'm in agreement with her too as well about how we raise our children these days.
Beautiful. I'm gonna give y'all something to talk about. Katie, go ahead.
So, I wasn't here for like the way that conversation started, but I heard what you said, like reading number 5 about how men are more point, like, no, not point. What did you say? I'm sorry. Like women worry about detail.
Women are more interested in details, the nitty gritty. Men are more interested in the principle,
Yeah,
the
and I think
abstract of the philosophy.
And I think that's one of the things that like I have struggled with personally in my relationships, where like I've had partners and I'm like, okay, like you want to do this, like particularly one of my exes used to like watching football with his friends a lot, and he would be like, oh, I want to like have like snacks and drinks and stuff with them, and he would have these ideas, but then he wouldn't do the detail. Like he would be like, oh yeah, all I need is this, and then he wouldn't have gone shopping for like these ingredients. Like he didn't like tell them anything. Like it would be all of these things, and I would get frustrated with him, and we would argue, and neither one of us are understanding why the other person like is frustrated. And like I feel like in my time I found like that I was more right because of like me thinking, I'm like, okay, you have to go shopping for this, you have to make sure you have this for that, like you have to make sure that these are prepared, like do your friends have allergies, like do they have particular things that they enjoy. And him, he's just like beer, food. And I'm like, and so it would cause like conflict. And so I definitely feel like I could have like talked kinder in those instances, like first and foremost. But I also think that he could like, it felt like he wasn't putting the same effort that I was putting in, but he thought he was.
I want to unpack that. I love that. Just even just kind of coming, just having an epiphany is great to me because a lot of this, when I get through, it's not even designed to make men look like they're on top or make women look like they're on bottom. Like a lot of this is for myself also. So what I got from that is you discovered that hey, he has his way of thinking, I have my way of thinking, and it sounds like you said you were more right, but is that still how you feel? You are more right about it, and you wish that he would think the way that you thought about it, or you
That's, I
just
mean,
wanted
so
to be
that's
validated.
that's how I felt at first. Like obviously, when you get out of a relationship and you have like you think about how that goes, because every relationship is like
For
it's
sure.
a learning experience. I
Hmm.
was like, I'm more right in this situation, and he doesn't get it, and like he's just wrong. And then I had to stop and think about it. Was I more right, or was I overthinking it? Because of course these are his friends. These are like these things. Like it's worked for him in the past, and so me coming in as like a new person, if he's not thinking about these things, that doesn't like I had to realize that I'm putting more thought into it than maybe was necessary. But I also still do think that like sometimes he didn't put enough thought into it because before, like his friends even made mention once. He's like, hey, like this is kind of cool that like this is like this now. At first we should just order pizza and like get beer because like the plans would fall flat, but like then like she's cooking and she's doing this, and like that was really convenient. And so I think if I had sat down and been like, hey, like let's communicate about this, why is it that you don't think about that, and here's why I do, and I didn't do that. And that's something that like I did have to learn in a relationship because I'm an only child. Also, he had siblings. So, me, I'm like, I had to think about myself for a lot of the times. And I do think girls are raised to think more about those things in comparison to boys. And so, I don't think that I was more right anymore, but I do now in my current relationship. I do sit down and have these conversations and I make lists and I'm like, hey, this is where I'm coming from. This is like I am very much more patient in my new relationship than I was before.
I love that. I love growth. I want to say this. Sometimes in relationships, and I'm guilty of it too, we fight to be right. You know what I mean? It's a lot of right fighting going on instead of fighting for the relationship. And what I'm saying, these are some mistakes that I made also. And I'll say this, that you know, I'm good all by myself, but I'm a force when we're together. I'm not gonna sing because y'all some haters. Oh my God. Um, Coretta, what's up?
No, we do not want you to sing, Michael, but I do want to come up and say that there are 46 of us in this live stream and we are having a beautiful dialogue. So please, right now, we are at 2.8 taps. If we can get the taps up, please, I will be doing Michael a great disservice as his moderator if I don't come in and say bring the likes up for him because this is a beautiful conversation. And we do want to get the likes up. And do please gift the panel because they do have some very great points as well. So do gift the panel. And I do want to say that to my wonderful Guest Mr. PM90 Radio. I'm not muting you guys in the comments. I'm not kicking anyone out of the box, but I do mute the mics in the live stream just to keep the background noise out. Yes. So don't blame me for what TikTok is doing.
And if y'all get disrespectful in the comments, she will mute you, she'll block you, she'll do whatever she feels necessary to make everybody feel safe. But yeah, y'all please do. I'm sorry, Coretta. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I do.
Oh no, you're
I
on
want people
point.
to.
I will block, I will kick out, I will mute because this is a safe space and we want everybody to be heard.
And y'all see me, y'all think I ain't got no backup. I have somebody in the comments that they
Respectfully
kind of take
heard.
care of it.
Respectfully heard.
Respectfully. You see, I got a strong black woman. And y'all please help me. Even if y'all only send $1, y'all don't make me look bad because I put this Cash App up here. Please send something for me. If y'all care about me, y'all tap the screen. I appreciate y'all. But Katie, what you were saying was very, very, very impactful. And the conversation that we're trying to have, we're trying to bridge the gap. So we need that. We need, authenticity. We need vulnerability. And, I'm saying, if I get through what I'm trying to get through, hopefully I can get through some of mine because I understand exactly what you're saying. And I can
Yeah.
see it from both sides. And there are things that like what you're saying, he does need to understand that. But, it's I don't want you to be frustrated. You're in a whole new relationship. I don't want you to get frustrated to the point where you just give up. Oh, the book's
Yeah,
coming.
that
Don't worry.
I'm like I realized in that like I realized myself I'm a bit like type A definitely, and so like maybe they were satisfied with like just beer and pizza. I think I was trying to like keep it cute, like I'm like, oh yeah, like you have to cook, you have to do this, you have to do that, and he's like, nah, and I'm
And
sitting here like, nah.
I understand, but I mean, those little details are important. They are important, and they do tend to get overlooked. And just from coming from a college party life, I know really all you need is a little alcohol, a little food, and fun, and it's gonna be good. But it can be a lot better. Like you're not, what I'm saying, you're not wrong, but neither person is wrong. That's why when you try to fight for, your to be right, sometimes it's a losing battle. It's a losing battle. Manifest, you got something to say
Yeah,
before I
bro.
move on?
Hey, bro. To pick it back off of you, I was when you. A lot of people are commenting emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Yeah, it sound good. It sound good, but there's no emotional intelligence without emotional maturity. You have to first understand you first. Understand your emotions. Understand your feelings first. Take some time getting to know you. What emotionally triggers you, how to go to help, therapy and counseling and get the help you need for those triggers, because nobody is not supposed to respond to your triggers or protect you from your triggers. That's a whole nother misinformation they put out there. People need to do some internal work, some inner work, so that way they can gain the understanding that they need so they can have successful, healthy relationships. And that begins with self. When I asked a broken man, bro, that didn't have the masculinity in the home that I needed, I was emotionally led. You know how many brothers out here that are in their feelings and think that they are man? You are a inner child projecting as a man. You think emotionally, you respond emotionally. You think everything is offensive. You take offense to any and everything. You haven't yet tapped into who you are as a man yet. So before you can even go out there and be in a relationship, you got to figure out you, bro. You unqualified and fit to be in any relationship or marriage if you are an emotionally led man. How can you be trusted? How can you lead? How can you make sound and wise decisions? All you're going to do is bleed on people who did not cut you. And that's usually what happens. Hurt people continue to hurt people. So you have to go out there and get help. You got to break that down. You need to have someone in your life to check you. You had to take some accountability and acknowledgement about who you are at a time and what you need to work on and seek that help, get that help, and become better. This work I am saying because I was that dude. I was that man. I was that inner child projecting as a man. I'm 37 years broken, 6 years in my healing journey, so I can identify with both sides now. It took work. listening to understand, listening to comprehend, not taking everything offense. Think about the big picture instead of the small emotional attack. Listen, because as most men, as I learned, I'm more solution and resolution based. And not everything requires me to fix it. Sometimes I just need to be there just to listen to someone. That took work. That took discernment. That took a lot of, growth. That's all, and I land there.
That's my favorite word in a relationship, in anything, discernment. I love that word so much.
Yeah. And he was speaking about knowing that you don't always need to try to fix problems. Sometimes you do need to hear, like, that's why I said, men or women are different. And I want to get through the rest of these. But I mean, like, that is something that I had to learn myself because, you can have the best intentions, but if it's not effective, if it's not what the other person wants, then, sometimes it is selfish. Sometimes, we're trying to fix issues and solve problems for ourselves. We're not really doing what's best for the other person. But, that takes, caring, understanding, learning. It's a journey. It's a journey, and it's a journey on both sides. That's why I posed the question. And like I said, I'm just working out this communication chapter of my book. So I want to get through, everything here. But I think communication is a huge problem when it comes to men and women. Go ahead, Katie. We appreciate you coming up. Go ahead and step down. Um, I'm gonna move forward for a second if y'all don't mind. Normally when I see people go off mute, I know what's up, or I know people requesting up and they got either a problem or they want to add to what I say. But I'm on number 6 now. All right. Number 6 and number 7 kind of coincide with each other. All right. So in material things, women tend to look at the goals only, and men want to know the details of how to get there respectfully. So, what that means is that women generally are looking, hey, they know what they want. They want the car, they want the jewelry, vacations, um, maids, babysitters, you know what I mean? And men live in a financial reality and they have to think about what it takes to what's how, what it takes to get there. You got to save. That's why a lot of people, like me personally, we talk about vacations, and I heard a question, women asking, why, hey, Shelfie, subscribe to my YouTube and my bio. I'm gonna post this in YouTube, so you're not gonna miss a thing. You're not gonna miss a thing. It'll be in your best interest to be one of my YouTube subscribers. That's it's gonna be in your best interest. That's where I'll be posting this at. But like even going on vacation, sometimes you have to rest from your vacation. So I mean, you see a lot of men not trying to necessarily go on vacations. There are things we do think differently. So, material things we think differently. I can go into Target and get exactly what I came in there for. Things, our minds are different. But number 7, when it comes to spiritual or intangible things, men look at the goals and women want to know how to get there, if that makes any sense to you. So that's when it switches. That's when it flip flops. You know what I mean? So spiritually, and I don't like to get into this too much, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But the husband um, is supposed to be the head of the home and needs to know the direction, the goals, the objectives for the spiritual growth and development of the family. All right. So it's one thing to, just be able to say, hey, we're going to be saved. We're going to be a saved family. You're going to submit. And, I'm saying, I'm going to love you like Christ loved the church. And you're going to, do this and do that. It ain't enough just to want that and just to say that. Matter of fact, women want you to come up with a plan. And this is one of the biggest issues that I faced when I was married. I was not the spiritual leader of my household. That's one of the biggest mistakes that I made. I wasn't, I wasn't in charge the way that I needed to. There were too many things that were, holding me back within myself. But, if you come up with a plan, that's really what they want. Hey, we're going to pray every morning with the kids before we go to school and go to work. We're going to have Bible study. at nighttime, we're gonna find us a church home, we're gonna do this, but at the same time, if you don't stick to that, you're gonna have problems. It's gonna be frustration. So if you fail to maintain the spiritual lead in the homes and marriage, it's gonna be one of the biggest problems you're gonna have, and I can attest to that. Y'all let me know when I'm wrong, all right? Whether you believe or don't believe, y'all please let me know when I'm wrong.
Totally
Number
agree.
8. Oh, I got one agree. Listen, that's what I need. I need this. I'm just trying to workshop this. All right. And I feel deep down in my soul that, I know that was one of my biggest problems. I used to be a big finger pointer. All right. But now, what I'm saying, when it comes down to it, it always falls back on us, on the man. That's why, I was originally gonna say, hey, women, do you think you're better leaders than men? Would you rather be the leader in the household? It's like, man, hey, it's fun. It's all fun and games until you realize that everything does come back on you. And that's a responsibility that's really it's hard to swallow, but at the same time, it will, make you a better person. And it will, but it's a hard pill to swallow, but I've realized that it's all on me. Everything that happened was on me, regardless if I left or what happened. It was on me. It was on me. PM90, what's up? What's up? You go ahead, manifest.
You're right, bro. The accountability, God holds us accountable for that. But a lot of
Agreed.
times, bro, I will say that begins in our singleness. That consistency, that
Hmm.
self-discipline, those boundaries are things that we have to develop as single men. So when a woman comes in, that those safe spaces, those knowing that she is secure with you and she can trust your lead, are already installed by how you live as a single man. Your actions, your reactions, your boundaries, your disciplines, the God you serve, the prayer life, the covering. Those things we have to get right as single men. So when we go into the marriage, we're not asking her or saying, why you have to submit to me? Or God said you should submit. All that dumb stuff we be saying. No, bro, how are you living? Are you consistent? Are you out here? Are you practicing what you preach? Are you about what you say about? Do a lot of women have access to you? You know what I mean? Do you have a boundary in set or in place and set?
What's your
Like
integrity
those things.
like? What's your character
Yeah.
like?
Yeah. What's your character? Yeah. How are you living? That stuff has to be now. That I land there.
I think on both sides we feel entitled to what we expect the other person to give us. We always looking on the outside when really we do need to look on the inside. He just talked about singleness. On both sides, you got to be single. Single is being a whole individual. That's what it means. Even when you married, you got to be a single whole individual. You know what I mean? It doesn't stop. So if you're not that, before you get married, then it's going to be a problem. Problems are going to arise. So it's very important to do the work. It's very important to know that you need to do the work. That there are some things that need to happen. And normally I just speak to men because that's really what I know. I can speak on men. I don't want to speak on what a woman needs to do because I can't really say 100%. I can say what I want, but I'm saying I'm still learning. But yeah, that singleness is important. And I feel like I did get into a relationship not being a whole person, expecting a certain expecting something. You have to go to your second job. Love to, hey, manifest, man. I appreciate the conversation, man. A great panel as always.
Yes,
Somebody hopping in. Go ahead, PM.
I just dropped in here. I want to say I encourage you to go ahead and write that book. Once you get that book going, so we can have that book, because we need more authors, you know what I'm saying, to help us get the proper education, because we be reading a lot of different books, and that don't be applying to what we going on. And I definitely agree with you on the singleness, and what he was saying. I think Manifest was saying on the body part. Yes, singleness on the body. But in order for you two to come together, you and her have to have one mind. Because if y'all in disagreement, it's not gonna work. That's where the singleness ends. That's where you become whole. If you step, y'all gotta have that conversation from the door that we're coming into this as one mind. Even though we got the illusion that it's two bodies, but we got to come together as one mind. It doesn't matter what you can't say, well, I'm gonna think what I want to think over here, and she think what she want to think over there. Y'all got to be thinking together. So
That's right.
that's
That's the only way it's gonna work.
Hold on,
the
let me say
only
this real
way it's
quick.
gonna
I'm
work.
heard. I want to open it up,
Go
but yeah,
ahead.
yeah, and I'm gonna open up for discussion for 1 second while I do something. But it's a difference between being fused together and just being glued together. You know what I mean? When you become one, you're fused together. It can't be easily separated. So you do have to. Sometimes we do have to have those hard conversations. You know what I mean? We do have to have those important conversations, like PM was just saying. And I think that sometimes we go into it blindly, just with the hopes that you're just gonna understand and you're gonna read my mind. It don't end well. Go ahead, I'm her. I'm sorry. I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna open it up for discussion for a second before I go into the rest of it.
Yeah. We can't go in there freestyling, trying to go off the top of our
Mm-mm.
head how things supposed to be, because that's not order. We gotta have structure. So when we going into it, she already know, I already know. And if I act up, she gonna be able to check me, and I gotta be teachable and still, like you say, still learning, because I agreed to this. We had that conversation. I agreed that I was gonna do exactly what I was supposed to do for her, and she agreed what she was gonna do. And we got that agreement. So I already know what she thinking. So out the top, me and her gonna be thinking on the same level anyway. And I'm gonna know automatic. She ain't even gotta tell me. She gonna look at me. I'm like, I already know, babe. And I'm gonna go do what I gotta do.
That's called
But
equally yoked, baby. That's called
yes,
equally yoked.
that's right. You can't go in there thinking. And what I
Okay.
want to tell people too is, you get in your relationship, you gotta make it grow. You gotta let it keep evolving. There ain't no cutoff point. If it gets boring, it's maybe because y'all boring. Find something else to do together. That's how you make
Right.
it grow. That's how the
Become
relationship keeps
creative.
evolving. Make it fun.
Exactly. Right.
Make it
Right.
fun for y'all. Don't sit there and say, "Oh, that's it now. I'm bored. I've
I'm
been with you
done.
20 years." You supposed to be smart enough to say, you know what? Let's try something new. Let's go to
That's
pottery
right.
class. Let's go to art class
Let's do
together.
this.
Let's go
Right.
look at
Exactly.
opera. Let's go fishing. Let's do more things together. Let's open up a business together. You have to make it grow. That's how it grows. And we need these type of books out here, because we ain't gonna have time all the time to be with each other. Because if you doing the work in your relationship, you ain't gonna have no time. You gotta get that reference book. That's why I'm hoping his book come out, so we can have it in the library, so then we can go to it and reference it. So when we start slipping, like, hold on, now we agreed to this. Let's get to the lesson, and that's what you do. That
Can I
helps you to
That's right.
eradicate egoness. Because I don't want to
can
be
I
like that. I don't want to do that. That's played out. That's played out.
can
That's
I chime
way.
in really
Yes, go ahead.
quickly? Okay, so I'm so excited because this is one of the things that I'm always talking to some of the youth, and the female youth especially. Um, One of the things that I come to realize, and I know a lot of women may not agree with me, but men lead the relationship. They do. They lead the dynamic of how the relationship is going to go. The Bible starts off with, when it comes down to relationship, he teaches us how to run a relationship. He said that the man is supposed to love his wife as Christ loves the church, and deal with her according to knowledge. The knowledge of what? Of God, right? And then he turns around and he tells us as women how to be with our husbands. You have to learn to be submissive, right? And so when you really take the dynamics of things, you understand that as a wife, your job is to be his helpmate. And as a husband, his job is to lead. Everyone must know their own position. And I think that sometimes we cross each other by, yes, there's times, don't get me wrong, where the woman needs to take lead in certain areas of a marriage. And then there is times when she needs to know, okay, that's his calling. Let him do that. And he has to be wise enough to know when her calling is in one area and be able to step back and say, okay, honey, you can lead in that area. I'm going to step back and let you do that. Versus, sometimes we crisscross each other. Everyone wants to take charge in every area, and that's not possible. I mean, sometimes it causes tension in the marriage, and then that communication is thrown off. And then the perception of what I perceive. This is what I think you're trying to say, rather than you communicate that. And that's where effective communication comes in. You have to be in tune with how you feel. And I think I heard somebody on the panel say it. First, you have to know how you feel, your expectations. When you're going into a relationship, does he meet those emotional needs that I need, that I have? Does she meet the emotional needs that I have? And then you move on from there. Communication is definitely key. You can't say it enough. Relationships are failing, and then you look and you say, well, why is the population of marriages, and that's a whole nother story, and the church so high? The part of it is because of communication, the way we were raised as far as communication, some of us, and then the other portion is just how we think, our dynamics of our homes. Our households really play a big part. Your parents, if you was raised in a single household, 9 times out of 10, especially if the mother is leading, you have that feminine energy sometimes. Because that's what you were raised. You can't fault a young boy for coming up and this is how he thinks to a certain extent. So it's your job to do the inner work, yes. But to a certain extent, you have to understand. Well, I understand why he thinks like that, because he was raised in a home with only females versus a household where it's male and female. That's the reason why God designed it the way he did. He's wise. So he put a male and a female in a home. And I know I might get a lot of backlash from that, but it's the truth. There's a male and a female because there are certain emotions the mother needs to have to nurture that child into being, an effective adult with all of the, the dynamics that goes into her being a mom. And then there is that discipline and there is that structure that the husband will implement in that household. And I think that sometimes in society we're missing the two because of the dynamics of our home, our family structures. And that's my feeling and my intake on that. So just wanted to chime in on that.
Angelic, have you ever been in one of my lives before?
No, this is my first time.
Okay, I don't think you're gonna get much pushback. You might be pleasantly surprised, but we have we welcome different opinions and we welcome intelligent conversation here. So you know what I'm saying. You're right on time. I'm not gonna lie to you with
Most
what you
definitely,
said.
definitely right on time. And you get it in a perspective where it needs to be said at, and then ain't nobody gonna give you no, not from us. We don't give you no backlash. The truth is the truth. If you, like you said, if we have that conversation and from the jump, and if they're in agreement with you, you should automatically know what decision to make. So those are things that what you saying about what you just said, angelic, is 1,000% truth. What they have to learn how to do is stop getting caught up in the trying to jump in there without doing the work. You gotta know what's going on. You gotta come to an agreement and you gotta lay it down. And like you said, it's a balance. It's all balance. I know my position. She should know her position. There shouldn't be no argument here with that, knowing your position
Right.
and that you got to play.
Exactly.
Leader,
Right.
leader is a position. It doesn't mean you running the whole planet. It means you got to handle your business and handle your responsibilities, whatever that is. And she's also a leader, and we're supposed to back each other up in our leadership positions.
That's right. That's
So we
right.
enforce the rules, not just on in our house, but outside of our homes when we walking out together. They got to know,
That's right.
listen, we don't do that. That's how we rolling. So they have to respect that. Cause that's and until you respect your connection with your mate and your wife and your husband and stuff like that, the world is not gonna respect it. You have to respect it. You
That's
have to
right.
nurture it. And you gotta
Absolutely.
y'all are a team together, a unit,
As one.
as one. That's why I say
I
you become one flesh. It's symbolic. It's all in your mind of the separation. Because once you come together mentally, everything else falls into place. The DNA and everything.
That's right.
That's how you're able to what? Reproduce. So you got to get that thought process in there. Because I've been down that road. And I'm just keeping it on the eye. Because I like to be transparent, but I don't want to go too deep in my business. But I never walked into a relationship until my wife now. Thinking as one. That's how we move. We thinking as one. When I speak, when you hear me talking, you hearing her talk right now. This is my words is her words, and her words is mine. So guess what? Don't get it confused. Don't let the Pharisees confuse you and trick you. You better get it right.
Pharisees, listen, man. I got Bible study tomorrow. I
All
lead
right,
Bible
we'll
study
come
class.
through if we
Not,
ain't busy, because we
no,
got, you know what I'm saying? He
no,
said
no.
it starts
I
at the
like
home
what you're
first.
saying.
Well,
I
I be
like the
working,
word,
I
but
keeping my home tight. You feel me?
I'm not
But
gonna stream the
I
Bible
definitely come
study.
through.
I'm not gonna stream the Bible study unless y'all want to. Now, everybody's not into that on
Yo, all
TikTok.
right,
But
all right, all right,
what I
all
was
right,
wanting to
all right,
say
all right.
was,
I ain't going into the Bible. I'm just taking the word.
you fine.
Cause
I'm a
I'm gonna tell you,
believer though.
I'm gonna tell you where people mess up with the word. They think the word belongs to a particular religious group, and it doesn't. Just cause somebody claims something doesn't mean it's theirs. Because people be claiming other people's situations and it don't be their situation. And that's why they have a lot of problems. It's not yours. You take the good out of it and what applies to you, and you take that. It's a reference guide if you need it. If you don't, you can't, if that's not working for you, go seek therapy. They got counseling classes for people out there. If your relationship mean that much to you, you're gonna fight and you're gonna do whatever you gotta do.
Everything to do. That's right.
You're
Come
not
on.
gonna make excuses.
Right.
And if it meant something to you from the door, you know what I'm saying? Then you already know, yo, if things don't go right, y'all got to have a backup plan. If things don't go right, let's go to the pastor, whatever it is you need to do. Get some marriage counseling, or go to your mother, or go to a couple that's been doing it a while who got experience and can tell you something. You got to be
I'm gonna get through
open-minded to
this
learn
stuff.
as you are on your journey.
Welcome to the team. Hey, PMB, hang tight, hang tight. I'm gonna get through this stuff. Rain, sleet, or snow. I'm gonna go ahead and get to the other guests in here. But y'all see that Cash App up here? We're trying to donate to some good people that are going on a trip. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Whether it's $1, y'all don't leave me out of here without donating $1. Come on, help me out. Make me look good. If y'all care about that, go ahead, Special. I'm gonna assume
Yeah,
it's Special, the exception, and Bree.
yeah,
Bree just
Grace.
came up.
I was here earlier, like 2 hours ago, but I got distracted by a call and I had something to
Black
do.
sugar.
So just to add to what PM90 was saying, I feel like for people to get to that point where they are trying to make it work, love has to be the foundation. When I was younger, I never imagined myself getting married to someone with a particular amount of money, a particular status in the society, a particular kind of house or a car. That never crossed my mind. But I'm 31 now. When I got to my late 20s, I still never imagined that. I just felt like it has to be natural, whether he's rich or poor. I just need to love him. Now, but honestly speaking, I feel like I was dumb back then, excuse my language. But because I have noticed that these days people get married because of, particular reasons. And one of the big reasons is, what do I stand to gain? And I'm a Christian. And sometimes some of these people are Christians. Some of them are not. So they go to the scriptures, they pick out what can help their arguments and they use it. And they throw away every other part of the scriptures. So it's always about what people stand to gain. Now, for you to come to the point where you say, I'm trying to make my marriage or my relationship work, it means that you both love each other. But if the love is one-sided, the other person who is not in love is just looking for what they stand to gain. Once they don't have what they're looking for, they leave. Now they leave you trying to make it work. And in the course of trying to make it work, it starts to break you. Sometimes they don't even care to communicate with you because they have a particular interest. They are maybe just interested in your money. They are maybe just interested in what you have to offer, but they have absolutely nothing to offer to you. Sometimes because of status, some people tend to feel like they are more important than you.
Thanks for inviting me in, host. Thanks.
Yeah, so
Hey, no
sometimes
problem. Hang tight for me.
some people tend to feel like they are more important than you. I've come across men who think that men are more important in the society than women. Like when I ask them, what do you think is the value of a woman in the society? They have absolutely nothing to say. It just looks like, it's a man's wall, and I believe in submission and the man leading. I'll believe in that today, tomorrow, and forever. But that doesn't mean that the woman is less of a human being than the man. But I've come across men who think that the woman is just, I don't know, the man holds the world in the palm of his hands. It's a man's world. So because he's a man, you just have to follow whatever he says. You just have to do whatever he says.
Honestly, I think it's more of a
Mute up,
woman's
mute up,
world
mute up.
now
Hold on,
because of
UK. Hold on,
technology.
UK. I
You
promise
know
No,
you.
that?
I'm,
I
I'm
promise you. We're gonna get to you, but we do have to let everybody finish their points before you jump in. You don't mean no harm. I know. I can tell. But you know, what I'm saying this must be your first time in the live. We're gonna let her land the plane, and then we did have the
yeah.
exception and Bree coming up, and then I'll let you go, and then we'll open it up. I'm trying to get through my points though, but we don't want to get off Keister.
Okay, I'll just round up, but to be honest, I feel like we are all equal. If we all come to the point where we understand that marrying someone should be based on love first, not the person's status, not the person's um you know it shouldn't be about the person's status in the society or how much the person has. But if love, like the Bible says, if love is the reason, I think people will have the urge to work, to work together in building their home.
Awesome. Is your plane landed?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank y'all for helping me achieve this live goal. I definitely appreciate you. Ooh, okay. I didn't know I had 50 up there. Might be too much, but we do have a live goal. I appreciate everybody who's donated, everybody who, what I'm saying. Please gift the panel. If you hear something that you like, give them a gift. If you love what you're hearing, what I'm saying, double tap on the screen. Worst case scenario, I do have that cash tag up here, whether it's $1, $5, $20, $50. Y'all donate to a wonderful cause of some people who are trying to, meet, who came together on this app um, to as a group, and they're having a trip that they have planned. So we're just trying to um, donate there. So if you got $1 to spare or more, please do. If I get $1, I'll be satisfied. Before we get to UK, I want to get to the exception breed, and then we'll go to UK, and I'm gonna get to the rest of these workshop points that I have for my chapter in my book. But go ahead.
What's going on, Michael?
What's happening?
Alright. The
Two up, two down.
already.
You
I get you. All right,
understand?
so it say, are women better communicators than men? And what's the biggest challenge we face communicating with the opposite gender? Um, the way is statement by me being on a couple of panels, well, a couple of people lives. Um, I used to have I used to lead in with a I don't care attitude, I'm speaking for my opinion, but now I still don't care what people think and say, but I want my message to get across. So now it's like I try to use certain words. I try not to make it a woman versus a man or women better than men and type because when it comes to the whole communicating thing, what I've learned just by observation, just by observing men and women communicate. Because if you sit back and don't respond, just listen and play stuff out, you'll find a lot of stuff than really you just responded. So one thing I learned just listening, never responding, is when a man is communicating, not all, of course, it's not a perfect world, so we know it's not all. But in my experiences, when you have a man communicating, whether he's communicating, teaching a class, or whether he's communicating to a group of people he ran into at a bar, and out of the people he communicating with, you got 3 men and 1 female, right? The words and the things and how he describes the words that he used to describe his thing is similar to other men and how they talk, and so that man can paint the picture and see the picture better than that woman. Not all the time, but sometimes. This is what I've kind of understood. If a woman grew up with more women, if a woman been around more women, if a woman have did more communicating with more women in her life, as in like she in her household, she was a single mother. Her daddy, she didn't know who her daddy wasn't in the house or something in the household. Their mom and daddy wasn't married. She had 2 brothers. She was the only girl or something like that, right? What typically happens is they don't know how men kind of communicate. They're used to one way. So if it don't come out the way they're used to from a lot of females, she automatically assumed by default, this is what this must means. This is what that must means, because this is how I've been grew up around the type of communication, which is women and how they communicate. So now that I'm in the circle with men communicating, it's a little difficult, but it's all I know. So I'm assuming this is what it is. When you have women who communicate, who are in a men setting around a lot, they tend to pick up on how men communicate. It's very direct. There's no gray area when it comes to most men. Most men is here's an example. When it comes to women, most women say it depends, right? When you ask anytime, look, go on a live, and when there's a direct question and it says A or B, how many times you done heard it depends? You see, it depends. So that right there, you can kind of see the level of communicating is different, because I'm gonna give you a prime example. We all have had to take tests. Say you go take a test in class, right? A school test, right? And they give you multiple choice, and they say A or B, right? They give you a question, and then they give you an answer. And the answer, they give you A and B. C is not a depends. You only got A or B. So you mean to tell me when you answering questions, if it was a direct question and gave you direct answers, in your test, you never said, well, hey, it depends on the situation, teacher, if this and this, so I can't answer that question. But you don't do that in school. You take what they give you. The options they give you, you pick from the A or B. But when a man or when certain people, when a man is giving a direct A or B, a lot of times I see women put well, it depends. You know what I'm saying? Well, why you can't just pick from what's got there? Like you changing the net, you changing it out. Like this is why it's an A and B answer, because it's forcing you to think, not make up your own, not make up your own scenario. That's why it's only 2 answers, because you know what I'm saying. That's the thing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I get what you're saying. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I do live in the gray area. So this is just me speaking personally. Sometimes
Right.
A and B. You know what I mean? I don't want you. You know what I'm saying? Don't put me in a box to a certain extent. But I do want to
No.
say this from some of the discussions that we had. Earlier. Because really, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to go through the differences between men and women. I'm on number 8 right now, and one of the things that I said was that men speak what they're thinking, and women think what they're. I mean, they speak what they're feeling. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so if you agree with that, then what we're trying to get to in this, what we're trying to accomplish is, that there is a difference between men and women, and it's not saying that women need to get on men's page and men
nah.
need to get on
Exactly.
a woman's page.
Right.
I'm not trying to put that on
I'm
you.
not trying to do that either. I'm trying to stay in the middle. Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool,
Right.
cool, cool. So that's
I
what I'm
said
trying to
different. I said that
say.
from the beginning when they said women better communicate. I didn't like how they sounded
But
because
you use the word better, which
yeah.
is cool if that is really what you think and that is what your opinion is. But I think we just communicate differently, and this is
Well,
just
yeah.
me in
I'm
the
not
middle.
trying to say
Maybe they
better.
are.
No. Yeah. I'm not trying to say that they men or women one or the other communicate better. I was reading what the prompt said up there, and I didn't like how it said better because it's trying to say one over the other. That's why I say earlier, it's. I'm not saying one or the other. I'm not playing women or men. I'm just saying what I've have noticed of my
Hmm.
experiences with women who tend to be in more spaces where men uh, tend to kind of uh, adapt. They're more adaptive, I guess. They can uh, communicate a little bit open or better to me versus a woman who always only about around women most of the time, having communicating with women. You know what I'm saying?
And maybe let me just let me know if I'm wrong, but maybe men are more
And same thing,
prone to
vice versa.
study women because
Yeah,
there are certain things that you have to know about women
exactly,
to accomplish what you want to accomplish.
exactly.
So you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Um,
I agree with that.
but speaking just for me, I think that I don't study men enough. And I spoke about this earlier. I don't know, enough about myself, which when I get through the rest of these, I've actually, learned a lot about, how men operate. When I say men, I'm talking about myself, even in my brain. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to I give a little pushback, but have your own opinion exactly, what you think. All right, PM,
Okay.
come back again. But you let me know if anything I said was wrong or if you disagree with.
Nah. I agree. I agree with you on everything you just said. Because I have, like I said, when you just listen a lot, because I before I came on your live, it was a guy saying he was speaking to a woman in the comment on another live, and everything he was saying, he wasn't, I guess, articulating it in her language. He wasn't speaking her language. But soon as a woman came up there and said the exact same thing he said, but different words and added a story or whatever, she was like, yeah, girl, yeah, sis. And I'm like, dude just said the same thing. Like, but as soon as the woman come up there and say the same thing in a different, just worded it different, but basically this it means the same thing. The end goal is the same thing, just worded. You took different routes to get there. Is oh girl, yo, and I'm like, he just said the same thing. I'm like, okay, it's crazy.
I'm trying to bridge the gap. I've been told before that, I listen to other people before I listen to, who I was with. And I
Right.
think sometimes it is a communication thing. So I get what you're saying.
I think I
That's
think
the problem.
I think that's the biggest problem, communicating. Because like you said, I think the biggest problem, what you said, your second point was men, we learn to understand women because we know we have to pursue them. We study women. You know what I'm saying? Women don't have to women don't women just been told since they was young, just look pretty or dude come look for you, and so you just going out by your everyday life trying to do you, waiting on a man to come holler at you. But then you don't ever study men like men study women. So when men do certain things, you surprised and confused because you like, damn, why do that? Well, you don't
I think it's
know.
in their best interest to, and every woman doesn't, but they don't have to get certain goals, depending
Right.
on what their end game is. But Man, I think it's in both of our best interests to learn each other because the reason why
Right.
we have so many communication issues, what it leads to is that we really don't like each other. Because on the surface, it's like when I said earlier, when you hear women talking, you don't really understand. It's like wah 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 wah, and then they
Right.
hear
Right. So would you think that'd be more of a comprehension? That would be more of comprehension?
I think it's more of an understanding
Understanding,
and
yeah.
grace,
Understand.
tolerance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When it comes to both parties. So I don't want to just put it on one person because,
Yeah, 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 you're
I
right, you're right,
think
you're right.
it's hard to, if you don't appreciate the differences, then it's going to annoy you. You know what I mean? If you don't appreciate and understand the differences between men and women, then you're going to be frustrated.
Yes, you will. You have to. Yeah, you. That's the first thing you have to do. You have to appreciate and understand, like you said. And no, there are differences. You know what I'm saying? The minute you can grasp hopes of that, then I think things will, start opening up.
Wonderful. Let me get UK in here.
Okay, go ahead.
666.
Cool. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, brother. You know, I got a lot of experience when it comes to women as far as, how they're very, very emotional beings and stuff like that. And I'm kind of really going off and addressing your topic, which, can be a little bit more cryptic if it wants to be, or people really, want to understand something. But then the thing with today's society is that us men really need to stick together as a collective because what's going on with women right now is that women are realizing, wow, I'm friends with so and so. They just backstab me. They just slept with my boyfriend or husband or whatever. So it's getting to be where women are not the characteristics as far as that innocent being. They're basically called a Jezebel. A Jezebel is something back in the that's very biblical that y'all guys could look at it. And more and more women with today's society, they're really good at placating men. They're really very excuse me, they're very deceitful on what they do. Sorry, I'm just eating something really spicy. I'm an old school guy from New Orleans, a retired chef, so I like really spicy food. So just bear with me, right? So, what I'm getting at on this whole thing is that when it comes to loyalty, guys will step up to the plate and help other guys out. Like most women want to protect her. They want someone like 50 Cent. 50 Cent is a very successful business guy. He's got a very good persona about himself. Like women want someone that's going to be like a 50 Cent, type of guy. But the problem is, what are they going to do to, to hold on to someone like that? The loyalty when it comes to men and women is so misconstrued right now because women have a good idea about what they're doing when it comes to getting into relationships and then falling out when thing goes wrong. I mean, guys, we have a hard time. Like we put a lot of effort to get y'all. We really care and put like so much work. And then when y'all just basically dismiss us, and actually that comes with a multi-level different thing is that y'all are really good as far as you've got the internet now, so you've got a voice. And I don't want to hear about all this stuff that you don't have a voice. You do. A lot of y'all are very narcissistic creatures. What y'all do, y'all sit there. You got this game. Well, I don't do this, do that. But honestly, like a lot of women on the internet causes like a lot of more of the problems as far as dividing people and guys. I don't see too many guys sitting there arguing with guys. But the thing is, these women of the Jezebels, they have that spirit and they know how to conquer and dominate. And then have these guys take sides and stuff like that. Guys only really want to take sides with true gentlemen that have a lot to offer. But y'all women, you think you're good communicators, but at the end of the day, you're not. All you do is you talk from your heart, and you say that I didn't mean to do this. Well, why'd you put that man on child support payment? Why'd you take that man, his kids away from him? Like, why couldn't you just sit down and have an open, honest communication with the guy and then work it out instead of putting men on the system? Because there's a lot of guys, I'm telling you right now, and it's called mental health awareness right now for this month, okay? There's a lot of guys right now that are alone, that feel like they have no place to go, and they're really unaliving themselves. And us as guys, we have to stay away from these women that are sitting there doing all this Jezebel, situation that's going on. Like there's a lot of placating going on here on the internet, and it really kind of makes me sick to my stomach. And there's guys out there that are going like, man, I really want a family. I really want to help things out. But the problem is the woman is so quick to judge and saying, you're not worthy. Well, does it matter if I have a Burger King job or whatever? It doesn't mean I'm going to stick here for my whole life. Just like Kevin Samuel says, guys are willing to look at a woman and build her up as a human being. Like if I see
Okay,
an
I think
attractive
we've
woman working at
deviated off the
Starbucks.
topic here.
Well, hold on. Look, I don't
Hold
know.
on.
We didn't deviate, and I didn't interrupt
Hold on,
you.
hold
There's no
on. I
interruption.
want to say
You just
this.
come up here. You're not going to interrupt me, okay?
Hold on,
Oh, I
UK.
can
I didn't
interrupt
interrupt
you.
you.
I do want to say.
No, you're not going to
I do
interrupt
want
me,
to
you
say this is
Jezebel.
my.
Okay?
I do want to say. Hold on. I'm sorry. All right, golly. I was trying to let him know that was my mod. Um, and it wasn't just somebody coming up here to kind of speak because we deviated from the top. But to be honest with you, I'm gonna
No,
be
he
transparent.
intentionally deviated from the topic.
I do want to say that I was very hurt before coming from a specific situation, so I kind of understand what he's saying, but really the earnest does come back on the man, and it is our responsibility when it comes to situations that is part of. No, I'm not gonna get deep into it. I do want to finish, but go ahead, Coretta. You would go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so
I
he
was just,
intentionally came up here. He started out the entire conversation of women bashing. It was not, the conversation was flowing very well up until he came up. And yes.
he's just the first person that kind of just went one-sided. Everybody else has not been,
Well, bring him back
and
up so he
maybe
can continue to
if
tell
he if
women
he
that they're
if he comes back up,
Jezebels.
I'll let him. But yeah, I don't know if he'll come back up, but
I didn't
maybe
block
something
him. I just
good.
dropped him because he called me a
I thought
Jezebel.
I no, I tried to drop him myself just because he wasn't speaking, but he wasn't respecting what's going on, but I was trying to let him know that what I'm saying, that you're here to help move the line forward. But he can definitely come back up and kind of speak what he's saying. He did bring a lot of. He's back. Hold on, I want to let him back up here. Hold on, UK, mute
Thank you,
up for a
host. I
second.
appreciate it,
Mute up for a
host.
second.
Host, I
1
didn't
second.
disrespect you. I didn't say any foul language. I
No,
was going
you
to land my
You did.
disrespected
plane.
me.
No,
True,
no,
true,
I didn't
true.
just
Mute up
no
one
because
second,
you're coming
UK.
hot on me for no reason. I just wanted.
Hold on. I got you, UK. And let me just say this. I just want to say this. Um, she is my mod, so she does. Normally, when a mod comes up, I do want y'all to mute up and just kind of listen. It's not just a random person coming and saying anything. And we'll definitely let you. I want to let you say exactly what you have to say, but it's just a little different with Coretta because she keeps me in check myself. So that's kind of what I keep her for also. And what I'm saying. So let's just what I'm saying. We're not going to don't harbor any feelings towards her because she can drop you, she can mute you, she can block you, she can do all that. Pretend like she's not there, but just try to kind of with the listening ear. But I want to hear what you have to say, and I understand. Um, I understand what you're saying.
Thank you. I
Cool,
appreciate that,
cool,
host.
cool.
I appreciate that, host, because my other account is blocked right now, so a lot of people do know me, and I have my
Oh,
backup account, and the problem is that everyone wants to silence someone that has really good information out there. And I was going to land my plane, and like I
go
was
ahead
saying
and land your
earlier,
plane.
I didn't curse. I was very respectful. I said some really good names. I was talking about 50 Cent. I was talking about Kevin Samuels. But anytime that certain names that come up, people get triggered. People get triggered at a certain point, and they just want to shut that person up. But I mean, we got freedom of speech, my First Amendment right. And I respect you bringing me back up here. And because men's awareness of what's going on. All that I'm basically saying, I'm going to land my plane real quick, is there's a lot of women out there that are so quick to jump, and they're not good communicators at all. Because if they were such a good communicator, they would sit there and saying, "I'm so oppressed. I'm so this and that." No, you're not. You've got a voice on TikTok, a lot of social media platforms, and I think that y'all women have a lot more options now than ever before. All that I was trying to say is that I wish y'all wouldn't jump so quick and y'all would listen to guys a lot more, because there is a lot of guys out there that are not happy. I mean, y'all are really good about taking the families away, breaking up the homes, and putting the guy in the system. Is all I'm saying. I'll land my plane, but thank you for letting me finish those. Thank you.
No problem. I think there's a question that's coming up, but respect the moderators. Coretta is not biased. She's trying to keep it. I thought I was dropping you, and the reason why I was going to drop you is just because when I was speaking personally, you know what I mean? You never stopped speaking. And that was a problem. And I was just trying to kind of establish, you know what I'm saying, the rules and the boundaries and
No,
whatnot.
no, I understand. And that one
So,
gentleman was, except he was talking like for 10 minutes. I mean, I was talking
oh,
like
it
less
ain't
than
it's
five
nothing wrong
minutes. You
with
know
it's
that.
nothing wrong with you talking. Nothing wrong with you
Okay.
talking.
Okay,
Because
man.
I can actually like what you're saying is not I mean it's your opinion. It's not necessarily um I'm you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be unbiased. Coretta, did you have something to say before I let Divine speak? She has a question.
You don't want me to speak. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I don't. No, no, I don't. I don't. Hang tight. Hang tight. Divine, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask UK if he can possibly give me some trace of a narcissist. Like, what is a narcissist? Like, what does that mean to you?
Look it
Like,
up in
what's
the
a
dictionary, and then I'll have an open dialogue of a binary of either
I actually
zeros or
have it up.
ones or the yes or no.
I have
Because
it
I know
up.
what y'all, I know what
Hold
y'all
on,
do.
time out. We don't have to make this
Really?
argument. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up.
I
One
wasn't even
second.
being rude.
No, 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 no. That you know what I'm saying nobody's being rude, and we are going to respect each other. You know, if you're being rude, you'll be dropped and whatnot. I would say that um, in sometimes one side gets defended more than the other, and the other side feels silenced, and it doesn't get addressed enough when it comes down to it. When it comes down to narcissism, that's like probably less than 1% of the population. So a lot of people use it, and on both sides they use it, and they use it so much that it loses its meaning. But there are traits, and there's a spectrum to it that you kind of um, that some people do fall under, and it's not gender specific. So um,
So earlier
I
he spoke of triggers, but it seems that every time a woman addresses him, he gets triggered and he gets condescending towards women. He doesn't have that same smoke towards men, only towards women, which is why I dropped him because every time a woman says something, he gets nasty.
And
um,
I just want to say that I do have it up, which is why I asked you if you could possibly, elaborate on what narcissist means to you, because you said it 8 times. I counted, so
give us
I
the
assume.
definition, please. Give us the
So
definition.
it says here is a someone that has a sense of self importance. They have a lack of empathy. They must be admired. Someone is very arrogant, and it's where they may have a sense of entitlement. You think that everyone else around you is ignorant, and you know everything that you say is the truth. Your belief is in superior. You believe that your belief is like superior versus other people's opinions. You have a lack of boundaries, lack of control, where you go to seek validation through other people. Also, may exploit other people. A very high inflated sense of importance. Um, it's a lot here.
Well, let me ask you a question. You don't have to say everything, but do you feel like, I know we think, I hear a lot of men are narcissists. I hear a lot of that, even when people just break up out of a relationship, they're narcissists. Do you believe a lot of women fall into that category?
Most definitely, I believe there are people that are toxic fall in their category.
For sure, for
That's
sure.
why I asked.
I'm just trying to get on like even ground, and you
Oh
know
yeah,
what I
I'm
mean,
not
and
biased at
just
all. I can see.
okay,
Yeah, I'm not biased. I don't want to get limited to men or limited to women, because if we're going to have a conversation, it must be in you know
good
fairness.
faith and fairness. I'm with
Yes.
that. I'm with that. I'm with that. And just to be fair, I mean the conversation before UK, which what I'm saying, I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean. This is not necessarily a drama bonding platform to come on and kind of get what I'm saying um, support there because I'm a supporter of truth and I get what you're saying, but what I don't support is extremists on any side, on either side. You know what I mean? Because that's just not how I roll. So, what I'm saying? If you're to the extreme and you can say If you can come up and say that, women are just Jezebels and, what I'm saying, have the Jezebel spirit and they do this, it's not everybody. It's not everybody. You know what I mean? And in the same way, when people say all men are it's all men till it's no men, I feel the same exact way. So I'm just kind of stuck right now between, um, I'm in the gray area to a certain extent. So, you made your point. If you got something that you want to respond, and what I'm saying, if you got another point you want to get across,
Yeah,
I'll let
yeah.
you
I
do
mean,
that.
I appreciate it, and I have a current girlfriend now, and she's from Asia. I met her in Texas, so I date with a lot of different multifaceted when it comes to personalities and women, outside my race. So the thing is, I love women. I'm just saying, I see like a lot of bad behavior on this app, as far as like whenever there's someone strong that has a really good strong opinion, that's educated and knows exactly what's going on. It's like they shut people down like me because they don't want someone on here that's expressing truth and facts. And that's why I put a comment about there about gaslighting. There's a lot of people on here that are gaslighters too. But I'm not gonna. I didn't come in your live to disrupt anybody, and I'm definitely not gonna sit there and attack anybody. I was just saying my viewpoint of what I believe in, and everyone else has their other additional viewpoints, how they look at life and how they look at difference. But the other thing that is very upsetting is that you get like a lot of these people that come on your live that are probably in their early 20s, and then they're talking kind of like out of their A from all these life experiences. I'm going like, how can you have all these
Not
life
here.
experiences that you're in your early 20s? I mean, it kind of really cracks me up. Now, I mean, if you're someone like me, like in the 50s, been around the blocks, been married, had multiple ex-fiancées, stuff like that, yeah, I can totally understand where you're in. I'm just saying, like, when people come up, they're very professional, good gaslighters, and they don't have a lot of credence to what they're saying, and they can't back it up. And it's just they have their really, I mean, I come from the generation, Gen X, and a lot of these millennial, and then even the people that are like in the millennial stages, they're called a know-it-all. They know it all, and that's what kind of bugs me. But I'm going to land my plane. But I didn't come on here to disrespect your host or anybody else. But thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And what I'm saying, you're welcome back. I want you to. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you watch from the comments. Go ahead, Coretta. You have something to say? I know Divine has something to say.
But note, he didn't apologize for calling me a Jezebel.
Well, he called everybody a Jezebel.
No, but he called
He's
me
a poet.
specifically one. So
I
he
think he said he
came.
did. But
He look.
I'm
I
sorry.
knew.
I
I knew.
apologize
I knew. I knew. But
because I
and
don't.
just
I
so you
don't
know,
abide by
you
nobody
can't
talking about my
say to
mods.
have someone come up here that gives a strong opinion and is educated because opinions aren't educated. Opinions are opinions. They have no validation behind them. They're just opinions.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I rock with you. I don't
And
deal with
I
that.
tend to stay neutral.
For
So
sure. You ain't never really said I be trying to get you to come up here and be my
no, I try to moderate from a
bet. I
neutral
know you don't.
perspective.
Mute up when you come up. See, you make me wanna drop you. Divine, you had something to say?
I'm gonna drop.
Yes. Well, Miss Coretta, she basically said it. Some of the things that I wanted to say.
Hold on, Coretta, don't drop
Opinions
it.
are not a fact. You cannot base an opinion in any kind of educational because it's more so anecdotal evidence that cannot be proven nor disproven. However, I would just say that it just seems that on TikTok there are a lot of people that are in that particular age group that are very hurt and they move around in that hurt and in a way it seems like their opinion is based in trauma versus reality because I heard a couple of red flags, multiple wives and things of that sort. I would say that it has to be something going on internally, and I'm not judging you or anything of that sort if you're still in here. But
Do
at
you
some
hear that
point,
from both genders on TikTok or just from him or from
most
me?
definitely, yes,
Can I
it's
make a
rooted in
confession?
trauma.
Can I
Yeah.
make a confession?
I'm not a
A lot
biased
of stuff,
person.
cool. A lot of stuff appeals to you, especially when you are hurt. Because I do, what I'm saying? I was in a hurt stage where it's certain things, and I'm not red pill, but sometimes that ideology and just what people say. it can resonate with you. You know what I mean? And it's like, hey, I didn't know that. It's kind of like an awakening. That's why they call it red pill. Red pill was meant to, in the Matrix, that's the pill that they took to, kind of, what I'm saying, separate themselves from the Matrix to be able to, think outside of, what was going on. Like some of that stuff does awaken you, but the hate is not healthy. The hate and the echo chambers and the um, drama bonding is not healthy when it comes down to it. But um, I'm not I'm not above it. I can definitely understand it, and I imagine that there are things that you've heard. Like you can hear women talk, and some men that what I'm saying probably say some things that you like that what I'm
You just
saying you
hear
can
the hurt. You hear
resonate
the
with.
hurt little child within them. Yeah, you can
You can
hear
hear, yeah,
the child
I've
within
heard
them
it
that's
within me
screaming
too.
out, "Please listen to me, hear me out." And it's unfortunate because our older generation, they never were taught to express their emotions in a healthy manner. Well, some people will lash out, or some people will have smacks and thinking that they saw value within those things, and they in a way kind of started to pass it on down through generations. And it's like at some point, who is going to stop and realize that the way that we're moving is wrong? I shouldn't judge you based off my past experience because I don't know you. You didn't do that to me. So why should I lay that burden on you just because I'm your partner? No, I'm still an individual, and it's not okay for you to trauma dump on me. Will I be there for you? Of course. But there is a therapist app for $20 on Google Play and Apple Play. If you want to trauma dump, go there and pay for someone to help you get professional help. There's nothing wrong with getting professional help.
Find the right one, correct it before you drop down. I kept talking about the Cash App, and as far as what's going on, the drama's over with. But what I'm saying, if you could give 2 or 3 words on that, we're in a better place. We're moving on. I want to finish. I want to finish what I got going on. Maybe I got to do it another time. I don't know. If y'all want to hear, let me know. But I'm trying to give the 15 differences because the
I like it better from
differences
your perspective,
you like it better from my perspective. So what
from the
I see,
perspective
y'all
of a
see this
viewer.
Cash App from a viewer, this Cash App that you have right here. What I would love for y'all to support, whether it's $1, $5, what I'm saying, $10, $20, whatever you can give, what you're supporting is a group of creators that have come together and they are going on a trip. My lives are a lot different. What I get here, I have conversations, it's up and it's down. And what I'm saying, nobody loves me, and I ain't really got no friends when it comes to it. But what I'm saying, they have created a bond, which is something that I'm looking to create. But I am a little bit later on TikTok. I'm a little bit newer. But if you feel it in your heart, before I finish these other ones, before I finish these other differences, and we get to a resolution, whether it's $1, $2, $5, $20, hey, donate to a good cause.
So I'll
A lot of
elaborate
people,
on it. So what it is a group of strangers who have come together on this TikTok app. We're a group of strangers who have come together, and um, we have gone from being strangers to friends and from friends to family. And we are having our first meet and greet back in October. And so if you'd like to donate, you can definitely donate because we are meeting and it is for a positive experience so that we can show TikTok that you can come together as strangers and become friends, and friends can become family, and that this app does not have to be a place of toxicity. It doesn't have to be man versus woman, Gen X versus Gen Z. It doesn't have to be any of that. We can come together in positivity to show the world what we can do when we come together. So, yeah.
their lives are a lot less toxic than what I have going on. You know what I'm saying? From time to time, and I think that my people are great. We're great people, but it's just a lot different. It's a lot different. Um, I got I got Avanet and Pooh Sig. I'm trying to get through the rest of these differences here. But if y'all have hey, thank you for donating to the live goal also. If y'all want to, chime in and, what I'm saying, I don't know if it's what you heard or the topic or whatnot, that's up to y'all. If y'all want me to go through 1 or 2 or more of these, then I will go through it. But Avanet first and Pooh Sig. Maybe I'm backwards. Pooh,
Hi,
why you
thank you.
getting love? Mm-hmm.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
You get tiny dinosaurs and everything. Go ahead.
I think what I've experienced, this is of course personal experience, and I've observed is it's not just necessarily the communication issue. And I think communication can be an issue for both men and women. I think it's also a heart issue. It's when your intentions of communicating, let's say if you're dealing with something stressful, is yes, I want a resolution, then people will find ways to communicate in a healthy way, even when they're being triggered because they have the same motivation, which is to fix something. However, a lot of times there's like power struggles that come into play. And I have noticed men, generally speaking, all over the world, and this is generally speaking, tend to get bogged down in their egos, and it's like they feel challenged. Um, a lot of wives will tell you that when they're trying to have a communication with their husbands and we're trying to say something, it's met with defensiveness, which is expressed through offensiveness. And then, depending on the type of woman you are, the type of culture you are part of, some women will escalate and retaliate with the same anger and energy, and some women will become quiet and submissive and just shut down. That's a general trend. However, I've also interacted with men who are actually, they have good intentions. They are more open to receiving feedback, and they're not like reacting to it like, oh, she's attacking me. And then they're more receptive to it, and resolutions can become to it's like my pastor in the church used to say, it's a heart issue at the end of the day. A lot of times if your heart's in the right place, you will find a way. And if it's not, then of course you're just going to keep going in circles and maybe escalate. As far as I just want to address one thing. I heard the previous gentleman say that, I'm in my 50s too. I'm 50. And just because I'm 50, I don't believe that I am more knowledgeable than, let's say, a younger person, because people can experience things even in a very short lifespan. And I've met such kind of youngsters. And then you could literally be 70-year-old and not have had the experiences that the young person has had, which might be more diverse and more complex than you if you've had a life of privilege. So I'm not saying that the gentleman has had a life of privilege, but I think it's a very blanket statement. And there are young people working as peer recovery specialists or in the mental health or addiction field that I respect a lot. I work in the field myself, and I see that they have a lot of experience. So I don't think it's appropriate to minimize just because I'm older, I know more than you. I used to be like that, but I try to keep myself open now because I could learn from a young person too. In fact, I have been, and I'm grateful for that. It's changing my outlook also, and how I relate with my own young adult sons, because I used to come at them with that, I'm your mother, I know everything. And now I'm more receptive to them, I'm more open to them. And I'm learning a lot from my own children. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. Anybody can teach us anything. And I do feel like that the gentleman was very defensive when the ladies were speaking.
Wait a minute. Let's not address him. We're going to give him a little bit more grace than, what he deserves, because there's going to come a time when we're going to need grace also.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. We all do. But like I said, it's a heart issue also. It's an ego issue. And I definitely used to get very angry also when I felt like I wasn't being heard. And then we had to change our communication patterns and our hearts also. Like you just said, the word grace and forgiveness. We have to forgive also, be willing to, my husband and I, we had filed divorce against each other, and we survived it and just had a baby. And I was on your panel
Congratulations.
before. At that time I was pregnant, but yeah, we just had a baby, thank God.
I think I
And this wouldn't
remember
have
that.
happened.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And this wouldn't have happened if we hadn't learned to forgive each other and change our hearts. We learned that, hey, we love each other. We really don't want to lose each other. We do want to stick together. So we had to find a way to work it out, like to be able to talk to each other, or sometimes not even talk to each other. It's not always important to talk about everything at the same time. Sometimes you can kind of just wait and talk later when you're in a calmer space, or sometimes it's better not to even discuss certain things and just wait for the right moment when when God will let you know when to talk. And you can. That's all I have to say about this topic.
Beautiful. We're gonna fix all this in 30 minutes. Pooh, I'll let you speak if you want to. Truly, you're just gonna, give me a second because I want to get. I'm gonna get through the rest of this stuff. I'm trying to workshop this chapter in my book of um, differences between men and women. We got here. We were doing really good. Thank you very much. We was doing really good. Pooh, you want to speak now, or you want to, you want to wait? It's up to you.
Wait. Me personally, I think one of
You
the
are
things.
so low, Pooh.
Oh wait a minute.
There you go. Come on. Come on
Can
up.
you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right. I think one of the things is, from my experience, we know women to have more, I guess, emotional intelligence, or someone say EQ, whatever. Um, uh, One of the problems that I guess I done seen is that, like, a lot of women are very expressive. They know how to express their emotions. They know how to tell you exactly what they're feeling. And for men who don't really know how to express their feelings, and we usually, most time, men express their feelings in a form of competition. Yeah, I dunked on. Oh man, I can't stand that, man. They gotta use their emotions in a way to help them gain something. You know what I'm saying? Most times. So when it comes to that time where, if they are feeling down or sometimes like that, they may not know how to fully express that. But what also happens in this case is, women who are used to expressing it are not used to hearing it from another perspective. Like, say for instance, women be in a group, oh yeah, I feel this way. Yeah, girl, I felt that way too. I went through that too. But when it becomes to your partner, hey, I don't like the way you did that. Now it's less about how I'm getting congratulated or validated by my feelings. And, oh, is this an attack? He said he don't like something I do. I don't like how I feel about that. And sometimes if a woman don't have emotional control, what happens is, any type of, whether it's constructive criticism, any type of, any type of criticism towards her, or any type of expression that is leaning towards her, it will come off as an attack. Like, oh, he just said he don't like the way I do something. What? Why? Why would you say that? And it creates a feel for argument. And I think a lot of women are used to expressing their opinions and expressing their feelings when there's a lot more people and there's a lot more support. Yeah, girl, I went through that same thing with a dude before. You did that too? What? I did that too. But then when it's like, my man said he don't like that. Now, if that woman takes that back to the group, he said he don't like that, then what does that say about him? It's almost like a way to just keep her afloat. And I think sometimes we gotta find a way of understanding that criticism doesn't mean it's attacking you. And it's some men out there, sadly to say, a woman can say something exactly what another man said, but since it's coming from a woman, they won't accept it. I was on a panel, a woman said an exact thing that the panelist said, and they was like, oh, well, sometimes it got to come from a man. And he said, like, what? So in other words, everybody else just said the same thing she said, but since she said it, you couldn't receive it. And imagine if you put that man in a relationship with a woman, you're going to have a huge wall disconnect, because now she's in a relationship with somebody that man can't pick up nothing, because it's not coming from what sounds like a logical place. It's coming from what it seems like to be an emotional place. So I do think that we gotta find a way to bridge that gap where, when talking to your partner, even if it's coming from an emotional place or something like that, it's not an attack. It's an attempt. Now, some people need to learn how to better vocalize it. Not all of us are skilled at it. I can say that. You can express your emotions in a bad way, but I would say we do have to work on bridging it and learn how to connect with the other gender.
All right, Pooh. I'm gonna go through these. I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can, but can I ask you a question too, real quick? You can come off mute before we
Yeah.
go to truth. All right. So you would agree that when men speak, they speak what they're thinking, and when women are speaking, they speak what they're feeling.
Yeah, most of the time, because if a man's not in touch with his feelings, he got to think about what it is that he's feeling. Like, hey, what is this? Well, I think
For
this
me,
is
it's
this.
tough to speak from my feelings and from
Yeah.
my emotions. So we're different in the way that we communicate. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is true. So would you agree also that when it comes down to it, if it fails, it's the man's fault?
I wouldn't say it's the man's fault. It's more. It's got to be.
Okay.
If we know how we think about our feelings, we got to learn how to get more in touch with with our feelings, and they got to know how to sometimes not to be too in tune with making everything feeling based. Because not everything is feeling based. Sometimes it's like, hey,
Okay, that's true, but maybe we need to understand when they are speaking what they're speaking from, because I've been myself. I said, hey man, never listen to what a woman say, because what she say is not what she means. But now I'm thinking what she says is what she feels. What I'm saying is what I think. It's not what I feel. So it's not necessarily that one person is communicating better. It's not that one person, sometimes we'll be in front of each other, we're having two different conversations. Would you
yeah,
agree with that?
yeah, that
Um,
can definitely happen a lot. But that's why I say we got to learn. We both got to learn how to do that, because if you two in your thoughts and she just want to know how you feel, she can't really connect with you on how you feel about something, because she's always in tune with how she feels, so she can help you navigate that. But most of
mhm,
the times, if you telling her what you think and it has nothing to do with feelings, it's hard for her to remove the feelings from it, because it's
mhm.
like, okay, how can I meet him here? Because I'm trying to see how he feels about this, and this not a feeling based, type of conversation. This is just, hey, I think this would work better in this situation because of this.
In our
Well, that's
head,
not
in our
how I
head,
feel about that. You know what I'm saying? It can cause a disconnect
exactly.
too. So we as men, we can't, especially the men I see on here say we're the most logical creature. You can't be logical and not understand that how women, feel through their emotions and not know how to tap into that. You got to meet a person where they at, but at the same time, women have to learn how to meet some men where they're at too, because you're basically saying, hey, we're going to get the heavier load to the supposed logical side. No, women are smart too. I'm not going to sit right here and tell, hey, the women, no, women are very intelligent too. So I got to give them that of being able to say, hey, I got to be able to know how to meet that man here as well. Because women wouldn't be able to do some of the things that we see them do if they weren't intelligent. Like, they can do what they do because they're intelligent.
I'm trying to get to a certain place, all right? And what I'm saying, this is where it was going, and this is where it is going as far as the conversation. It's like men and women are different. And what I'm saying? First, you have
Oh,
to
we
get an
are.
appreciation of the differences to be able
Exactly.
to want to understand each other. Um, and this is something that I lacked a lot of my life, caring, or even let me get into the rest of this. And everybody in the comments, people on the panel, y'all let me know if I'm wrong. I just want to
But
kind of
my,
get
but
through.
Michael, this what I Michael. The
Mhm.
reason why I say that is because let's just say if you having an off day, and now you got to carry that burden of conversation. It's gonna be harder for it to move now because all the weight is on you. So sometimes the other person gotta bear that too. They gotta know, all right, how can I meet them there when they're off? The same way you gotta know how to meet them there. So that's the reason why I say that. Like, I understand, trust me, there's a complete difference. We move a certain way first, they move a certain way, on their own as well. It's not bad for either because we need both. like
We
you like
need both.
yeah, we
We
need both.
complement each other.
Exactly,
Let's
because
not forget
if
that.
it's a man, like, think about all these men that's been living, not really exploring themselves, not really learning how to express their emotion. Then a woman comes along and is like, "Hey, this what you need to tap into." This she helps this man finds a inside part, find a part of himself that he never really discovered. Oh, I really do enjoy this. Oh, this is what self care is. This is what this is. Oh man. It really helps him explore it. And then when a man is there for a woman, he helps her navigate certain things where it's like, oh, I see that these people tried to trip me up here, but they can't trip me up here because I've learned I can navigate through these situations even better because I got a different perspective that's outside of women now. I know how to navigate this in a certain different way, and that can even for dads to daughters and for moms to sons.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Let me get through, what I'm saying, the majority of these. True, I'm gonna get you in, but I want to get through these. Y'all give me the 10K likes. I'm trying to get to 15 or likes don't even matter. If y'all want more people to have this discussion, it's up to y'all. But I'm gonna breeze through these if I can. All right, this is another difference between men and women. I'm on number 8 of 15. I'm gonna get through, all right? Whether y'all like it or not, because I need this. A man's mind is like a filing cabinet. A woman's mind is like a computer. So basically, what I mean is, you tell us something. I know, you tell us to do something. You give us a specific task. What we're going to do is we're going to file it away. All right. We're going to close that filing cabinet. We're going to be at peace. We're not going to be worried about it. Our plan is to handle it, to a certain extent. A woman's mind is like a computer. So that means that task that they have set, they're not going to be able to stop processing until that task is complete. She'll never forget and keep downloading. So, oh, somebody understands what I'm saying. Yeah, thank you. I need this validation and I need the criticism if you don't feel like what I'm saying is true. This is a chapter that I'm working on right now and I'm trying to get it right. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, but the purpose is for us to understand each other. All right. So I would need you to be sensitive to a man's approach or to a woman's approach. And at the same time, men, you have to be sensitive to the way a woman's mind works and the way that they're wired. You got to be sensitive of the time. So it involves give and take on both sides. So we talk about communication. Communication is a big problem. They always say communication rules the nation. But man, it's hard to communicate. We know what I'm saying? We speak different languages. Me, myself, personally, I've had 2-3 hour, I don't want to say arguments, I'm going to say conversations that once you go back and revisit it, we experience it different ways. We look at it totally different ways. So I don't want to say it was pointless, but it's like, man, like we didn't have the same conversation. You know what I'm saying? You might be stuck on one word when I'm just stuck on the outcome. If I say it's done, it's done. I'm going to move on. Number 9, a woman's home is an extension of her personality. A man's job is an extension of his personality. This is where we're different. That's why, if you're married and a woman's like, hey, I want to change these curtains. And you're like, man, these curtains look just fine. But we don't have the same vision that a woman may have as far as their home because it is an extension of their personality. It's an extension of, how they feel. You talk about that. That's why, they give us instructions. Hey, I want you to fix this. I want to change this. I want to build a bookshelf. I want to do this. Certain things that if we understood, then we would take pleasure in contributing to them because that's what you're doing. If you contribute to the home, if you can, you know what I'm saying, like that's an extension of them. Um, and if you criticize a man's job, you're criticizing him because a career is an extension of his personality. It's a symbol of his manhood, self-worth, and his ability to provide for the family. So let me know. Hey, I might be wrong. I see somebody said I was wrong. This is the first wrong I got. Sam, I am for chit chat only. Am I wrong? Sometimes my man says what what you're talking about. Okay, that's death. I'm sorry, I went too far. Okay, a woman doesn't have to worry or learn how to communicate. Okay, is that a statement or a question? The Bible says a wise woman builds her home. Hey, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. I got the answer that I need. But a home represents who she is and how she sees herself. It's a safe place for her, to me. And I might be wrong. It's a safe place for her. You know what I'm saying? She can come home and kind of, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel like it is a reflection. I may be wrong. No big deal. Number 10, men can be nomadic. Women need security and roots. This is tough for me, all right? Because women need to be constantly reassured that she is grounded and secure in a marriage or relationship. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? There's reassurance that needs to happen. And that's something that's tough for me to understand. Um, Men, we're kind of like camels. You know what I mean? We can go, you can fill our tank up for a little while. You know what I'm saying? You can fill our tank up one day, man. It might last us a month or two. We don't need constant reassurance. But a woman may be like a deer coming to drink from a pond, and they need that. They need this constant, reassurance. They need their cup to be filled. Yes, and providers, her security and safety. I couldn't type fast enough. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. All right. Listen, I'm trying to go through this real fast so we can get through what we need and we can end this. So, this is just what I'm getting. And one is not better than the other. So that's not what this is about. We just different. And if you have the capacity to think and understand, I wish somebody would have given me some of these pointers about men and about women, not just about women. It's not important for you just to learn about the other gender. It's important for you to learn about yourself, because the next one I'm gonna go to is very triggering to me personally as a man. What are the lies? What's up, Tara? What are the lies? I haven't, what I'm saying? I ain't trying to tell no lies. I'm not trying to tell no lies. Welcome in. I'm just talking about the differences between men and women. I'm not here to big up one and not big up the other. What's up, Tara? Tara, listen, man, I be in and out, up and down. I be seeing you. I be seeing you. And you know what I'm saying? I feel like we are twin. Where have you been? They don't want me to sing no more in here. I think the biggest difference between men and women is cultural. Okay, that may be it. What's the source? The source is this book I'm writing, so I'm workshopping it. What kind of source do you want? You can just tell me how you feel. So let me know. Let me know how you feel. All right. So this one kind of triggered me. All right. This is kind of triggering. Women tend to be guilt prone. Men tend to be resentful. All right. I didn't want to even add this in here because it's like, man, it forces me to think too much. So, what I get from this is many women walk around with a cloud of guilt that they have placed on themselves. A lot of women overthink. They think a lot about what's going on. They'll blame themselves for whatever's going wrong in a relationship. And a man will resent the woman or even another man before he will acknowledge his own responsibility. I am not a man basher at all. I'm not a woman basher either. But this, at first sight, it's like, man, what are you talking about? No, 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 it can't be true. Many men will do almost anything to avoid carrying around a sense of personal guilt. Ouch. Let me put ouch in the comments real quick because that hurts. Okay. All right. Because it does hurt. And I always have been the type of person to say, hey, man, women are never wrong because they're never wrong, when it comes down to it. But now I start to think, man, am I ever wrong? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not wrong. And it may be a form of gaslighting. I'm sorry. I've been called a handsome narcissist, and I don't necessarily mean it. And I've been told that every man has a sense of a certain amount of not narcissist. I've been called a handsome misogynist, and every man has a sense of misogynism in him. And I think back, and I say it's a form of gaslighting, but in my mind, if I have good intentions, man, when I speak, I should have been a lawyer because I can make sense of what's going on. I can, what I'm saying? I can kind of defend myself. And then you take somebody to the point of where they are erratical and they're fussing and they can be so right that they're wrong. And I'd be like, gotcha, gotcha. You so right, but you wrong. And now I'm right. And now I'm right. Um, Man, I'm a breeze past this because I didn't really want to even go into this
Can I just
because
say something? I
yeah,
don't
you
agree
skipping
with most of
somebody.
what you
Don't
said.
hurt me.
I don't agree with most you said, Michael, but I appreciate you being up here, being vulnerable, admitting that you got issues. Like I appreciate you doing that. That's it.
Okay.
You appreciate
You
it.
already knew she was coming to cook you.
She you know what? She's done a lot worse.
Hold up, I'm
I
being
do
genuine
have
right now.
issues. Okay, well I appreciate it. I do. If I've tried to come up here and pretend like I was perfect, I'm sorry.
No,
That was never
I was
the
talking about how you just
intention.
admitted that you gaslight people because your ego can't take the fact that you're wrong sometimes, so you try to self correct. Like I appreciate you being open like that. That's
I'm
validating.
learning that it's not something that really. you know what I'm saying, make sense to me until I really, you know what I'm saying, just started thinking about this. So good, thank you. You're helping me, you know, with this information that I need. But it's like, yeah, you know, saying I can always look on the outside. It's easy for me to think that, hey, man, somebody is never wrong. But man, I don't be wrong. I
No,
don't
you
be
be
wrong.
wrong, but your ego can't take it. You like, no, they gotta be wrong. I'm never wrong. But like you can't grow like that. When you never wrong, like
True.
your ego, you can't get your ego in check. You can't grow from that because the reality is you're not no one is capable of knowing everything and we're going to be wrong at times and it's okay that you got to humble yourself so that you can grow as a person. So I think that's why I said like I was being genuine. I appreciate you coming up here being vulnerable and saying like, "Hey, this is something that's challenging for me."
I'm glad I brought it up, and I will say this that, you know, I said, you know, we're talking about communication here, and the biggest problems with it is because we're different people. Men and women are different, and that we don't think the same. But, you know, I think sometimes I'll speak for myself as a man. We men, we try to learn women, we try to learn y'all's ins and outs, y'all's flaws, y'all's pointers, but, you know, I never took the time to learn about myself. I never took the time to learn about men. So you know what I'm saying? I
Michael,
think that was
you need to follow me. Stop playing. I just made a 3-part series. I think you need to watch. I think you would benefit from it.
you
If
just
you
want to
disagree,
follow.
you could
Tell the
comment
truth.
that you
You being
disagree.
selfish here.
Huh?
You just want to follow. You don't want me to learn nothing.
No, dead serious. I don't make a lot of content. But and you
I
know, I
do
don't
follow you.
no,
I do
no,
follow
you
you.
don't. I don't do emotional labor for men. However, I got sons, so I do study men. So as like something for men's mental health month, I literally did a 3-part series last night and posted on here. I'm like, I'm being real,
I
like
follow you from my burner page, but I'm going to, you know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know that nigga.
We'll
Like,
talk
what you
about
mean
it.
you
You
doing
don't
it?
need to know him. But I be
No,
getting
no.
muted. Like the places that you in, that you speak to, if I go in there and I speak, I get muted. You know
That's a
that.
lie. That's a lie. We be looking for people like you. I don't know what you're talking about. I
I'm
don't
not. You
believe
don't
you.
know who I may not be who you think I am. I'm regular, and I'm unbiased, and I love the truth. All right. But I got you. I got you.
Is that you
But
trying
keep
to
in
be right
mind,
right now? Is that you trying to be right now?
I'm not trying to be right, but when I hear something that resonates with me, I'm open to listening. I can follow you, but I have the right to unfollow you at any point that I
No,
want to
you ain't gotta
without you
follow
getting
me.
upset.
No, no, I get it. I get it. You real selective. That's fine. Don't follow me. I don't even want that follow because it's not
I
genuine.
do follow you though. I
I don't
do
want to
follow you. You
I
just
don't want
don't.
to. I don't want to follow that's not genuine. But I'm just saying, like, if you say
Oh,
you need to know yourself better, go watch my videos. I literally broke it down for y'all. Again, I
thank
don't
you.
do emotional
Thank you.
labor for men, but I have
Let
a
me be
son.
myself. And if I follow you, it is genuine, and we can be friends forever. You working your way up. Follow ain't that much. It ain't that bad. It ain't. I make it out to be more than what it is. But you
Well,
know
I
what I'm
just
saying.
unfollowed you because I'm petty, Michael. I'm just letting you know I'm real petty, so I just unfollowed you.
You made my decision even easier.
But but
Don't be
but, but I
petty.
still you still cool though, Mike. I still come up here and talk to you. I
Why
got like
you
a better
gotta be so
page.
petty? That's cool. That's cool. I'm hurt. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Don't
You
be
gotta
hurt.
defend me,
I
please.
love when Tara comes up.
Hey, Coretta.
Hey, Tara.
Tara, that actually hurts my feelings. That actually hurts my feelings. So if I follow you, you gonna follow me back. If you see my follow, you gonna follow me back.
Yeah, but once I see that 5 go down to 4, I'm like, oh hell no, I'm blocking his ass. Cause you be playing with that follow button.
Why you
You,
gonna block me? That is ridiculous.
why would you follow me? Tell me it's genuine. Your feelings. I don't be caring about nobody's feelings, but your feelings, and then you gonna unfollow me? Hell no, yeah, it's getting blocked. Like, come on now.
All right. All
But
right.
it's all good. You don't have to follow me though. Just go on my page and watch the videos. Like you'll learn
Okay.
something. If you disagree, you can
Okay.
comment that you disagree, and then we can go
I'm
back
gonna
and
keep following you
forth.
from my other page though. You know, you ain't gotta do me like that, but I'm gonna keep following you from my other page. And I hope you don't never get alerted that I'm live and you miss out
Hey
on all the good
KGR.
things.
Now you just be popping up.
KGR. KGR. On your For You page? I hope that ain't the truth.
Yeah, use on my For You page.
Dang, why is that even happening? Uh, dang, where am I? I'm at number 12. Truly, hold on, Tara. Tara, hey, I don't know if you got time to hang out. If y'all want to request up, y'all can. I'm trying to go through my 15 differences. I only got I only got 4 more to go through, and I'll be done. Uh, Truly,
How you doing?
What's going on? You never know if you're a man or a woman, and I still don't know, but you sound raspy.
Appreciate it. No, I just wanted to comment on all the points that have been made. Um, really good points from both the comments and everybody who's been talking. Um, and I just wanted to add on to that because, for the most part, I don't think I had too many things that I could say I disagreed with. I think there's a few things, but I just wanted to add in some key contributing factors that are just the healthiness of the person's mind, the age, and I put an asterisk on age because, as we have said in this live, a person can go through in a short amount of time and gain a lot of wisdom in life through their experiences, but at the same time, they're still, learning over time. For some people, it takes, going through the same thing again to gain. Like it's like reading a book again. You read it again, and you might gain something new on the second read or the third read, and so forth. And so that's the asterisk I put on the age of the mind. Even if somebody learns something early, as they go through life, they'll continue to gain new perspectives on the same thing. And then lastly, I said healthiness, age, and development. Clearly, in my lifetime, I've seen well-spoken men, as well as unspoken, the opposite of both genders. And so I don't want to discredit too, because I also agree there is intelligence, emotional intelligence, and then logically the different ways in which genders speak. I would need to go and do some actual self studies, specifically in, the truth to the differences in which men and women speak. But I do know from experience that me and my girlfriend have a completely different way of communicating. And I agree with you said where I'm generally in my head, where she
We all
communicates how she
learning.
feels.
Ooh, okay. So that's okay. Good to know.
And so I vibed with what you were saying about that. Um, I guess that's just my 2 cents right now.
Okay, okay. Hang on tight for a second, Tierra. Oh, I sent you. Not Tierra. I'm sorry, Tara. I sent you a follow. Maybe I do need some diversity. You got 67 seconds to follow me back. All right, there you go. I was just about to say.
Don't give me the ultimatum. I was already following you because
I got to.
my toxic trait is that I'm petty. Like that, I can't help it. I'm petty by nature. I'm
When I
trying to
don't
hold up
follow
though.
people,
Yeah.
I do it for them because I don't want you to be associated with me. And I'm not trying to be problematic, but sometimes, what I'm saying, I fall into little things. I had a little 4B situation going on and a little, what I'm saying,
What
this,
happened
that,
to
and
the
the
four
third.
G's though? What happened to
I
that?
said,
The four
oh
G's?
man, listen, you got to let me get through the rest of this and then you'll understand. You hang tight, please. Hang tight if you can. I only got 30, 40, 50. I only got four more. Man, I can get through
I
these
got this
four.
interview. I'm trying to get a job this summer. School almost
Don't
out.
worry, this will be on YouTube. Y'all
But
gonna want to,
I'll
subscribe
see
to my
y'all
YouTube
later.
page.
I gotta get out of here, but
Okay.
I'll be back. Go watch my
All
videos
right.
when you're done, Michael.
I'm going to. I promise I am. I promise I
Alright.
am. They're gonna come up if I don't like them anyway. They're gonna come up. But I love it. I love
You
it.
can come
I
and
love it.
talk
I love
shit.
it.
I'll talk shit
I
back. Like
don't
you
do
ain't
that.
gotta
I
like it.
don't do that. I get blocked and muted. I, I'm
I don't
I'm
black and mute nobody. What you
I'm
mean?
not gonna do it on your videos because I'm not that type of person either, and I don't disrespect people. And I like you, so don't worry about that. I'll give you a like though for sure. And maybe I'll comment, but I don't like people commenting on my comments. I don't love those notifications. I get too many as it is. If you understand what I'm saying.
You got a lot going on. I gotta go,
Thank
y'all.
you.
I need to get this job, y'all. I gotta go. Y'all
Hey,
take
I'm
care.
gonna, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray for you.
Now don't pray for me. I don't do the
I knew
praying.
you was gonna say that. That's what I'm telling you. I'm
Y'all
not
take
praying. I'm gonna
care.
do it
I'm
anyway.
out.
Bye. All right, don't do it. Don't
How you
do it.
feeling? How are you?
Do it. I'm good. Do it.
Okay, to answer the question, are women better communicators than men? What's the biggest challenge you face communicating with the opposite sex? I don't personally really feel like there's a difference to say in if who's better than one or the other, because you have on both sides where it could be a man that's better in communicating his feelings to a woman and vice versa. So I don't think that's a double-edged sword. That depends on the circumstances and the conversation that's at hand, because we can communicate about a conversation and I know how to articulate myself through that particular conversation better than the other person would. I don't know anything about sports. So if the conversation is about sports, you can articulate what you're saying and what you want me to understand about that sport versus me, because I don't know how to, what the terminology is. I don't know how to express or that passion that's there behind that. I wouldn't have that, so I wouldn't know how to communicate that. The biggest challenge that I face with the opposite gender, I face that this situation I face with both genders, male and female. It's it's not what it's what I said versus what you heard. That's the biggest challenge that I face with both sexes. What I said versus what you heard, what you said versus what I heard. When you are in a situation like that, it is very difficult to communicate, because I can say something to you and it goes way left field, because what I said to you, you interpreted it and you internalized it and you perceived it to what you wanted it to be. So if I tell you black is black and somehow you get to the fact that no, if you mix this color with that color and then we gonna get this color, that's just too much. The you very rarely ever are able to stay on the subject at hand, let alone come to a solution in that situation for whatever that topic is. And there is no consistency. A lot of people sit in situations and they only listen to respond. They don't listen to understand. One of my biggest pet peeves is I like to understand, so much so that I like to play devil's advocate, because I want to sit on both sides of the panel to understand, how did you get to this point? Because I'm not interested in only viewing my point of view. I'm interested in understanding you and how you came to be, because in that process of me understanding you, I learned how to effectively reach you. So now sitting in this, it's one of those things where, as I said on the live before, you have to question yourself and ask yourself, am I a better teacher or am I a better learner? And then which one am I? And then do you know how to embody those roles? Because you have to equally know how to embody both roles. So you have to learn how to be a teacher and you have to know how to be a teacher as well as a learner. You need to know these things. So when communicating, these are things that you need to be able to have in order to effectively communicate with anybody. It's not about the gender. It's with anybody, because our LGBTQ plus community and their relationships. At that point, gender is out of the question because we're the same sex. So now communication is still communication. The core communication will always be what it is, who's in the relationship or what kind of relationship it is. The question is, are you actively listening to what I'm saying to you to understand, to come to a resolution? The problem will forever be the problem 10 times over. We could talk about the problem all day. Help me get to a solution. And how are you going to help me get to a solution? Can you communicate with me on how to get to that solution? So for me, I don't think men or women are better than each other. You just have people who know how to communicate better under certain circumstances and conversations or in situations.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with you, and then I'm gonna say that also we are different, which is where this conversation has been going. So, you know, we communicate differently. Maybe you'll find somebody who communicates the same, and this is not gender specific because, you know what I'm saying, a woman may not, well, may not know how to communicate with a woman. A man may not know how to communicate with a man, rarely. But you know what I'm saying, for the most part, they do know. So Beth says you need to stop thinking and just listen. Hey, listen, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Man, let me go through one or two of these and I'm gonna go to I see I got Donnell here
Wait,
and then
wait
I
a
got
second. Sorry. May I also pitch in? Because I
you
wanted to
you know
present.
just do it. It's
Um,
better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
sorry. Miss Darling, you are 100% on the same wavelength as me. You said it better, which then again could actually proves Michael correctly because I wanted to say what you basically said, and you communicated that absolutely better than me. So while I 100% agree with you, it still proves a point. That's all.
I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. It took me some time to be able to sit and know how to effectively communicate what I was feeling or how I feel about any situation because I've been told, oh, you're aggressive and you don't know how to communicate and all these things. And I realized that I'm a very passionate talker, especially about things that mean something to me. I am very passionate about those things. So that may come off as aggressive, but that's because the person in whom I'm talking to may not know me. My closest friends and family understand that, hey, that's just how she is or whatever the case may be. And even then, I've been told, hey, dial it back a bit, tone it down a bit. And that takes time and that takes practice. However, all in all, like you said, it's not gender specific. It's just one of those things where you have to sit down and really take this chair to sit and actually listen to understand. Most people just sit and they talk, but they do not take the opportunity to listen. I'm in a position to always want to learn, and even if what you maybe say may fall more on the opinion side versus the fact side, I still stand to learn from that. You have to always be in a position of willingness to learn, to submit yourself to education versus trying to submit yourself to the concept of being right versus wrong.
Okay, we got that. Word up. Oh, let me go through one or two more. Then I'm gonna, Donnell and Miss Dark Horse. I'm gonna get you there, man. I'm gonna breeze through these. These are the differences between men and women. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to figure out why communication is broken down so much. It ain't as simple as what we think it is. Men are stable and level off. Women are always changing. Few things will aggravate men more than a woman that's always changing her mind. And that's kind of our problem. I know that if we're going to an event, you know what I'm saying, if we got a gray suit, we put on that gray suit first off, number one. We put on that gray suit. You know what I'm saying? A woman is going to be more, she's going to search for more perfection as far as what she's going on. She's going to do her makeup, she's going to do her eyelashes, her accessories. She's going to put on that red dress. Then she's going to try on that black dress and that blue dress, that white dress, and she's going to go back to that blue dress. Um, and sometimes it's really hard for us to understand, but women would argue that men often seem unfazed or even cold, no matter what happens. All right. So men are more stable, women are more spontaneous, but I think both are important when it comes down to it. Stability provides the necessary grounding, while spontaneity injects a healthy dose of adventure. What I'm trying to, I don't know if I'm going to accomplish it, but there are they're mutually beneficial, men and women, when it really comes down to it, the things that we offer, but we just have to kind of know the difference. Number 13, women tend to become involved more easily and quickly than men do. And men tend to stand back and evaluate before they get involved. So, because women are emotionally centered and they're more apt than men to involve themselves quickly in a cause, movement, or project. So that's why you see women are quick to step up, whether it's church, a lot of them get church hurt, you know what I mean? Because they're quick to step up projects, movements, causes, different things like that. It is they're quicker to jump headfirst in because women tend to lead with their hearts. All right. So they see a need and they see a need or they recognize a noble or worthy cause that touches their heart and they're on the go. Same thing like 4B and 4B West. Y'all see what's going on, regardless of, what I'm saying, what it is, you know, we could never, because we have to sit back, we have to analyze, we have to criticize, we have to, see exactly what's going on. But because of our logical focus, men tend to be skeptical. All right. And we have to analyze something from every direction before we join ourselves to it. So sometimes it may take us longer to come around, but once we make that decision, we're every bit as committed as a woman is. So women do it faster, and it takes us a little longer to analyze, and there are pros and cons to that, pros and cons. So men and women, we travel different roads, but eventually we arrive at the same destination. If you disagree, let me know. I'm trying to get there. So I think reason and emotion complement each other. If I can't say it enough, because logic without passion is dry and lifeless, and passion without logic lacks order and stability. Am I wrong?
It's not necessarily a matter of you being wrong, because there's a place where you have to accomplish a set path. My thing is that I had to recently learn, and I had a friend, I have a friend, and he used to tell me, Sherelle, your feelings, it don't matter. But not in the means of my feelings and my thoughts didn't matter. It was the things that I had to stop thinking with my feelings. I had to be in a state of being where I need to think more logically with everything, especially my emotional self. So, for example, he would tell me, if you're in a household and I feel like I'm paying more money out than bills than you are, and because I simply feel like that's what that is, I'm not going to pay this bill this month or whatever the case may be. Does that make it right, or does that make it okay? And I said no, because because you feel like you pay more bills, that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that your responsibility is to make sure that the lights stay on in the house. So just because you feel this way does not mean that you are right in thought or in action. Your feelings are very validated. However, your actions behind your feelings will not be validated if it runs your household into the ground. So to answer, does he feel like he pays more bills, or does he? It could go either way. Even if he does pay more bills, the fact of the matter is that whether you feel that or not, this is the commitment you made. You need to think, not feel. Your thought process, you need to sit down. Your action needs to be based around your thought, not your feelings. Because if you let my lights go off, if you let the kids' lights go off, if you let your lights go off because your feelings, based on, even if it's rooted in fact, your feelings is going to leave us in the dark because you felt. And you don't operate like that. You cannot operate like that.
So do you appreciate the fact that men operate off logic and, what I'm saying, and speak to what they're thinking, and women operate off emotions and speak to what they're feeling? Is that okay
I
with you?
believe
It
that
sounds like you.
I believe that both party does the same. My ex, he was an emotional overreactor. Everything he did was rooted in feeling. It was not rooted in logic. It was not rooted in the thought process to say, hey, I need to step back, I need to think about this, or anything of this nature, or whatever the case may be. There were certain instances and circumstances that he thought logically, but that was more so when it was self-beneficial versus team beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. You have to be able to separate the two. There is where transparency and honesty and self-awareness comes in. Are you a selfish are you a selfish person to the point where it's me, my thoughts and my logic goes into what's going to benefit me, whilst my feelings and how I treat you is based around how I feel and what I think about you. So in this case, like as I was just saying to the guy who made the comment, it can be rooted in fact. It's fine. Any and everything can be rooted in what's factual. The fact of the matter is your feelings about the situation cannot overtake what's logical about it. It cannot control your actions, because if you are a person to overreact emotionally about a situation, you know how many people, black men, women, in prison because of crime of passions, because they allowed their feelings to overtake their logic. The logic is you can live your life. A person can break your heart, leave you, drag you through the mud, and you could wake up the next day and move on with your life and find somebody else that's going to love you better. But because their feelings told them that they just could not take that, they could not do that, you could not just get past that, that ended them up in prison for the rest of their life, or possibly dead from doing a homicide, suicide. So you have to sit
Oh,
here
you
and
must be
really.
new to TikTok using these words
Oh
and this
yeah, I'm
terminology.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Please don't
I've
take
been
it.
new myself.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. They'll flag you if they need to, but I think you're all right, unalive and whatnot. So you're saying that logic is necessary, and you're not speaking gender specific at all, from what I'm hearing.
No,
Um,
because it's
okay,
not
that's
gender
fine.
specific.
That's cool.
No.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm just saying that we are different. Men and women are different, and I'm just trying to appreciate the similarities and appreciate the differences also. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. But I get what you're saying, but easier said than done. All logic is not necessarily the end all be all of things, also. But
No, it's
you do
not.
have to. Okay, that's just what I'm trying to kind of kind of get to. LJ, are you in the queue? You trying to come out? Let me get through these real quick. Donnell,
Peace.
Donnell,
How
what's
y'all
up?
doing? Thank you for having me up.
Good.
I look at
Welcome.
communication no different than sports. It's a discipline, and once you get past the sports or that aspect of it, you have to deal with the operating system component of it. And when you're dealing with males and females communicating with each other, it's sort of like communicating between an iPhone and an Android. It's certain thing, it's gonna get kind of glitchy. You know what I'm saying? Uh certain tools and apps ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? And with that, you have to learn how to understand each other. And in today's society, under most people don't take the time out to understand, because let's be honest, if we took the time to understand where a person comes from, we'd be all right, and once we get past that, we have to trust. But before we even get to that, we have to detox. Because think about it. If you take a smartphone and you've been using that smartphone for a long time, it's filled with a lot of stuff that you've been doing in the past. So you got at some point you got to clear your cache out in order to get your operating system functioning at the highest capacity. And a lot of us have not detoxed our past. So we don't trust this new mate. You know what I'm saying? We're thinking that this person is going to be snaking us and conniving us like the person done in the past. Therefore, we're communicating with these new people out of old data, and we got to stop doing that.
All right, I gotta sing. I'm sorry because they put it in the comments. What I need from you is understanding.
Yes, hey, if
When you
I listen, how can we communicate
communicate,
if you don't hear what I
you don't
say?
hear what I
Come on, man.
say. Don't hear what I say. Oh man, that's powerful. I appreciate that, man. Hey, let me get through these other two, then we gonna end. I know I got LJ here also. See, my mod don't like that. Coretta, you don't like that. I thought if I sung with confidence that it makes everything sound better. People be lying. People tell you anything, man.
Your
Tell you
singing
anything. I only got
is
two.
very problematic. Your singing is gonna run everybody off the live
I'm
stream.
gonna tell you something though, Coretta. I'm more of a gospel singer when it comes down to it. I think it sounds a lot better when I do that. That's my excuse.
Thank you, American Goddess.
Somebody else had something to. Anybody else want to sneak this?
She said she liked my name. Hush.
No, no, no. I saw don't do it came off mute. I was trying to see, but no, I like your name too. I told you that first time I met you when you were being problematic. I like your name. Anyway, number 14. Men need to be told again and again. Women never forget. Is that wrong? So we're like a filing cabinet. We had this conversation earlier. Y'all gonna want to subscribe to the YouTube page, and you know what I'm saying. So y'all can. I'll post this on there, but you know that's where I'm gonna be doing more of the deeper stuff on there. But we're like filing cabinets. So sometimes we don't act on things immediately. So there are things that you know you say and you want done. We just operate differently. Like I said, we put it in the filing cabinet, we close it, and we at peace. It's not necessarily like that. So it seems like we need to be reminded again and again. And then sometimes you do have to remind us. And I know it's frustrating, but sometimes we will put it in the filing cabinet and forget it. It's a catch 22. So um, I say women never forget. So either quality can be negative or positive, depending on the situation. So men are less likely or less prone to hold a grudge. But what we can do is we can become terribly insensitive and unresponsive to the needs of our mates and our children. Ah, that hurts me too, but it is the truth. Sometimes we can become very insensitive to the needs of our mate and our children. So a woman is naturally more sensitive and responsive to the needs that she sees around her. And that's one of the things that I can appreciate and that we all should appreciate about women, you know, that they are more sensitive to the needs um, and that she sees around her. But on the downside, a woman's tendency to remember everything and take everything personally can cause her to allow a hurt or insult or an offense to fester and grow for weeks, months, and even years, creating continual stress, anger, and heartache. Have you ever let something build up inside of you till you just explode? You can't take it no more and you just explode? Let me know. Let me know if I'm not being fair also, as far as what I'm saying. So the gist of it is, men, we got to be careful of what we say and how we say it. Normally, I'm gonna give you this Proverbs 15:1. Normally, I would apply this to females. I would, sometimes you can use the Bible verses to your advantage. Normally, I would apply this to women. I'm sorry, I said females. I did not mean that. I meant women. Jeez, that's problematic. But normally, this I would apply to women, but I'm gonna apply it to men because I'm trying to be a better person. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Sometimes we use that to our advantage because people can get we can make somebody so angry that they're wrong, they're in the wrong, and they appear to be the bad guy. We do that from time to time. Women, temper your remembrance with grace. Love is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrong. If that means anything to you, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want no problems. Raphael De La Ghetto, I was talking to him. But they, you know what I'm saying? You got muted and blocked when I got muted and blocked, but you don't normally even get muted and blocked. I be places where you are. I can't say a word. And you can sit up here and say you know what I'm saying, your ins and outs. I'm trying to get like you. They hate me. They don't like me around here. And I'm very respectful when it comes down to it. Last one. Who? Somebody has something to say? You got something to say? Go ahead and say it. Millie Rock.
Hey,
Um, don't,
Michael.
what's up? You don't do it. You got something to say?
Oh no, I
Or
was
you just
listening to
chilling?
you. No, I
Cool.
was
Let
just
me let me
listening
finish
to
my
you.
last one and then
Yeah.
I'll open it up if
Go
y'all
ahead,
don't
baby.
mind.
You got this.
This is it. Men tend to remember the gist of things rather than the details. Women tend to remember the details and sometimes distort the gist. All right? Respectfully. Raphael, it ain't always true. I don't know. That's just what I be getting. But you be everywhere. You be everywhere. And you know what I'm saying? If I say something on my regular page, I get blocked. I ain't gonna lie. They just don't want to see me speak. I don't know why. But basically, what I'm saying is men tend to remember conversations in general overview, while women recall specific details with laser-like precision. We're talking about the differences between men and women. All right. All right. We're talking about the difference between men and women. So women are sharp on the details, but sometimes not as clear in remembering the gist. Let me know if I'm wrong. I'm gonna go a little deeper, but who's wrong in that situation? Who's wrong in
No,
that
but nobody,
situation?
nobody's
Nobody
nobody's
is.
wrong because
Nobody's wrong.
somebody has
Ooh,
to
I
have
love y'all.
somebody has to be detailed oriented in that. But where things get murky is when that man is indicted for not having those details. You see what I'm saying? We care about the macro. We don't care about the micro. The only thing we care about is solving that issue and getting over that wall. Now, if you want to bring in those little intricacies, that's great. But if it's not going to help us get over the wall, I don't care about it.
Oh, right there just triggered me. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
What triggered you? What he said or what I said?
Know what he said. Not in a negative way, because I just had this
Triggers are
situation.
not negative. Let me put that too. Triggers guide
Triggers
you
are
to
not
where you're not healed, where you still need
right.
work.
It's I
Triggers are great.
understand and know my triggers. But when in that moment of him saying what he said, it wasn't him triggering me. It was the format of what he said, because what he said summed up what me and my ex-partner had issues in with communicating, and it was basically on this topic right here. And like I explained to him, you want the end result. That's the end result. Like he said, the macro, that is the end result. You do not realize the little things, how big the little things are. They are little things can become major problems if you do not tend to them. So yes, while women I am a little, I focus on the little things, because at the end of the day, the big things are the big things. You cannot miss the big things. But if enough of those little things slip by the cracks, you're gonna have a way bigger problem and a lot more on your plate to fix than just that one big end goal. At some point, you do have to come in alignment and say, okay, you know what? I have to figure out where I went wrong with this person. And I used to tell my ex consistently and constantly, you keep trying to say, oh, I apologize, or I come to you and I apologize. The micro in that apology is the fact that you keep apologizing for the same reactive behavior. That is the small thing that you don't see and that you don't focus on, because your macro in that is the apology. But Sherelle, I came and I apologize to you. I don't want the apology. My thing is that I don't apologize for things I meant to do, and I don't accept apologies for things that you meant to do. So if you sat here and bumped me and you know you bumped me on purpose, don't tell me, oh well, I apologize. No, I don't want that. That's not sincere. It's not genuine, especially if you're gonna turn around and do it again. So
What
in
I
those,
sorry.
yes, love. No,
What
what
I
you
Wait a
was gonna
minute,
say?
wait a minute. He what he meant to say was he gonna let you land your plane before he
Yeah.
jumps in. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again, love.
He's gonna let you finish what you're saying, then he'll be able to jump in.
Oh, okay. But no, like, and I get it. There is a understanding, because even I have my whims of just saying, you know what? How do we get to the end game? Tell me, how do we get to the solution? Because I'm not gonna sit up here and pretend like I was Miss Perfect. Like I'm something to deal with. I'm a piece of work. But I also acknowledge that I'm that piece of work, and that I know that there are ways about me that is aggressive towards him, and not physically aggressive or even, disrespectfully aggressive. Is I scream at him a lot of the times when I talk. And my screaming at him can cause him to shut down. He's not understanding why I'm screaming at him, because I just told you 30 minutes ago what my problem with you was, and you asked me 15 minutes later what my problem with you is. That triggers me. So now it's like I feel like I'm talking to a dead horse at this point, because
we're staying stuck in the same cycle and we're not getting anywhere because you're focused on the end game of it, and I'm trying to deal with the minute things in the situation so we don't keep coming to this place.
Okay, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you do your thing. But who's wrong?
Nobody.
Wait
The
a minute.
key
Let me ask.
word,
Let
the
me
key
ask her
word
real
that
quick.
I,
Let
the
me
key
ask.
word that I heard her
Hold
use.
on, Danielle. Hold on,
Oh, I'm
Danielle.
sorry.
Everybody has their own thing. Who's wrong? Who's wrong? Go ahead, Danielle.
There was a key word that she used that was beautiful, and it was alignment. When we are in alignment, we're able to come to each other with those macro and micro points, and that creates a beautiful explosion of completion. You know what I'm saying? When we have those walls down and we can communicate our positions with no opposition, we are a force to be reckoned with.
Amen. Amen. Hey, Coretta, don't mute Raphael. He's always welcome here. That's my guy. I know if he does get on your nerves, but at the same time, respect Coretta. When you know what I'm saying, that's my girl.
I want to say something,
But
but
I
I
want
feel
to
like
say this.
We good.
Somebody was finna say something. Hey, let me finish what I gotta say, and then I open it up, and then we'll end it. If that's cool. I got enough people in here to say what they gotta say. So what I'm gonna say is both tendencies can distort the truth. So when I say both tendencies, in case y'all didn't know, so remember the gist of things, and you know what I'm saying, and remembering the details. Either one can distort the truth. So recalling the gist like men do without the details is like trying to describe an elephant that you see dimly in a fog. So you know what I'm saying? It's foggy. You see an elephant in the distance. All we know, you know what we're gonna say is big. It's big. That's how we're gonna describe it. It's big. It's a little gray. It's big. But fixating on the details is like four blindfolded people in a room trying to describe an elephant just from touch only. All right. So you feel a leg, you feel a tail, you feel a trunk, you might feel an ear. So there's difference in the descriptions. It varies between each individual that's touching it. So when I'm saying the difference in the manner of recall is one of the basic causes from communication problems. At the beginning, I said we'll sit in front of each other. We'll have a 3 hour conversation with each other. I don't want to call it an argument. We'll have a conversation with each other. And then the next day, when we try to recall it, they'll be like, you said this, you said this. We see it differently. We were sitting in different conversations the whole time. I'm talking about communication here, and I'm talking about how men and women are different and how it it's important for us to see to understand how each other sees things from their point of view and how even how we see it from our point of view so we can understand and we can have that conversation and we can meet in the middle. It's like a seesaw. We can't expect women to come all the way to our side, and women, you can't expect men to just come all the way to your side. If you're on a seesaw and one person, you know what I'm saying, is giving too much, it's gonna be imbalanced. And I'll just tell a personal story. Have you ever been on the seesaw and somebody just got off of the seesaw and then you know what I'm saying? That's what's gonna end up happening. I've been there, and I was a young child. I was a young child, and I was like, man, I'll never be the same. I'll never trust anybody. You know what I mean? I'm talking about kindergarten. It's like I can't even, you know what I'm saying? I can't trust anybody. I don't know if that's the first major injury I feel like I got. It's dangerous that way. So what I want to say, the what we're missing, and I'm not going to sing to you, patience and understanding go a long way in relieving the tension and stress created by the natural differences that distinguish men and women in the way they think. So instead of blaming one person or the other, man, we need a little more understanding. Y'all don't have to understand or believe me or, you know what I'm saying, whatever's going on, but we're not going to think the same way. And we shouldn't. I don't want a woman to think exactly the same way that I do. what I'm learning to do is appreciate the differences. And I'm learning to understand the flaws in the way that I think that I'm always right, in the way that I feel and think is the only way. And you know what I'm saying, vice versa. That's what I'm trying to get to. You know what I mean? I think that we, like I said earlier, we get so tired of each other from, you know what I'm saying, just not thinking. And men think women are crazy and women think men are dumb. That's what we've come to. And the reason why is because we are not the same. We have to think outside of ourselves. And in reality, those differences complement each other. So in reality, that's not what we want. I don't want somebody who thinks exactly like me, but I do need to be able to appreciate the way that a woman is built, the way that a woman thinks, the way that a woman acts and feels. So y'all don't believe, everybody doesn't believe in God, but you know, normally when I minister to other people, I minister to myself. I'm talking to myself here. So it's something that I need to be better. Because a world of just logic, I don't want to be around just logical thinkers. Because a world of logic without feelings is going to be populated with a bunch of mindless robots and a bunch of computers. So we're not the same, but I want to celebrate the differences. Let's open it up. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I'm done. Let's get where we need to be. Open pan. Is it an open panel? Hold on, open panel. Hold on for a second, because I got Millie here and Miss Adula, and then we'll open it up and then we'll end it.
Hey everybody. And I just came in not too long ago, so I done missed
Sorry.
a whole lot. I'm so
I'm gonna post
sorry.
it on YouTube. Y'all should subscribe to my YouTube. I'm posting it on YouTube. I'm gonna start migrating over there.
So is
15
it okay?
points of why men and women are different.
Oh, okay. I'll love to watch it when you get it over there. Um, so can I answer your questions that you
Sure.
have up there? I actually think that men and women are good communicators. I think we all communicate, right? I don't think communication is the issue. We communicate non-verbally. We communicate verbally. The problem, I don't think, is communication. The problem, I think, is with that person being a pathologist and understanding their partner's communication. So, for instance, if your wife starts to laugh a little bit, right, during a discussion, a serious discussion, if you know your partner, right, maybe she's just anxious or nervous, right? She's just communicating that she's anxious or nervous. It's or like if your husband, right, in an exchange, right, he gets very his communication is he pulls back, right, so he doesn't say anything, so that means he may be dealing with something that's a little deeper. So the issue, I don't think, is communication. I think is you having the ability as a partner to dissect what your partner is communicating. And I think you were getting at that in the points that I was hearing, a little bit, understanding that, you know, as a man, he's going to communicate differently than a woman, right? So being a pathologist, being observant of your partner, knowing that, you know, your partner doesn't mean to be your enemy or your op in this, right? That they honestly care about you when they're coming to you with this. So it just changes the way that you may have that conversation with them. And I land there.
That is awesome. Millie, you always have great points when it comes up. But yeah, you did. I feel like you did kind of tie in what I was trying to say. Miss Abdullah.
Hello, thank you so
I'm
much.
sorry, Miss Abdullah.
Yeah,
Put
Abdul
some
is fine.
respect on your name. Okay, Miss Abdullah. Okay, cool.
This is good, but very much so like Miss Don't Do It said, it's like triggering in a good way. When especially when you were talking about how women tend to hold on to the details. I know for me personally, especially if I when I know that I'm right, for those small things that, you know, for men, they're not socialized as much to dig into the very small things. They are socialized to be solution based. So getting caught up on the smaller details usually means being a lot more introspective and dealing with, more passive cues that men just aren't socialized to do as much. So I can I can understand how you said it, as far as like men just we want to fix it and move on. But for women, and I know for me, a personal struggle has always been like, yeah, you apologized. Yes, we talked about it, but it's still like I'm still a little mad. And so it almost feels dismissive to want to get straight to the good part without, like, I know I'm right being acknowledged, and not letting, even when we get past that, and I know that like we've been able to get past that miscommunication, to still be able to have grace and be like, it's done. I'm not going to hold on to this. I'm not going to like keep a stockpile of all the things that you did wrong. But it's hard.
Yeah, that's
And
true
let me
though.
say this before I let you finish. I hear exactly what you're saying, and we weren't socialized for it. And me personally, I don't even watch sad movies anymore. And this is a problem that I have. And you know what I'm saying? I even talk about it in Bible study, we in Matthew, but I don't like sad stories because I'm cool. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? We can talk about Christmas, you know what I'm saying? But then we got to get to the crucifixion sometimes. And you know what I'm saying? Even sad stories, sometimes you have to go through the storm. This is even in life. You got to go through the storm to be able to get to the other side, to get to the good part. And I think that's some of my problem. Like even, you know what I'm saying, I fast forward through movies just to, you know what I'm saying, I'll skip through the sad part, the bad part. But you know, like if you skip there, you know what I'm saying, you might not get to the resurrection. Respectfully, because everybody doesn't believe in God. But you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna get to the end, to the good part. But I think that, you know what I'm saying, I actually, number 11 was my biggest thing, is that, you know, men do almost anything to avoid carrying around a sense of personal guilt. I don't want to feel that. It's hard for me to handle that. I don't want to, I don't want to go through it, but sometimes you have to. And I think that avoiding your emotions to a certain point kind of cripples you. And you know what I'm saying? Women, for the most part, deal with their emotions a lot. So, you know, they're used to it and they know what to do to go through it and to make it through to the other side. So, you know, y'all have an advantage there. It's tough. Like, okay, respectfully, because everybody doesn't cheat, but let's say I cheat on you, you know what I'm saying? It's easier for me to cheat on you than to deal with you cheating on me. That's crushing to my soul. Um, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not a cheater, and not, you know what I'm saying, there was no infidelity in my marriage. People would say anything, do anything, but I'm just using it as an example because I'm just trying to be vulnerable as far as, you know, what goes on, and, you know what I'm saying, what we can deal with. Emotions are tough to be able to go through. Um, so I definitely resonate with what you're saying. Um, Hopefully I didn't trigger you anymore, but I'm just, you know, I like to speak from a man's perspective, and you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give
Yeah.
it to
And
you the way I
again,
get it.
triggered, as you guys said before, in a good way. Like, this is good
I
stuff.
love that.
So,
I love that.
Yeah,
I
definitely. It's
love that.
not a matter of. I don't look at a lot of things at a matter of what's right and what's wrong, because my ex partner, he was big on what's right and what's wrong, and I'm like, those sometimes grace a very fine line together, and they can coexist with each other at the exact same time. It's just what's more important to you at this time. Is it about trying to understand who's right and who's wrong? Because I have this thing for myself where it's like, okay, listen, I can be wrong. I will take being wrong. If that's what you say it is, if that's what you feel I am, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. So now that we have accepted that I am wrong, what's next? What now? Because now we're sitting here and we're going back and forth about, oh yeah, you're wrong, you shouldn't have did this. No, I'm right. Because it's too much for me. I realized for myself that I had to sit within myself and be with myself and understand the things that bother me, so I can communicate them effectively to my partner, so that he knows, like, hey, I'm walking on eggshells over him. I'm stepping on her toes because she told me these things. The triggers in me with that is when you do things and act as if I never told you. So when you sit here and you do things to me that I told you, actively triggers me and take me to a place where I am unable to not only communicate effectively, but put me in a position where I have to react negatively to you, that's bad business for me. So I'm more the type of person that, as you said, in a cheating situation, even if it was a situation that was like that, I'm one of the ones where I don't feel like I deserve to be cheated on. I don't take any blame or any partake of you going out and doing what you did. However, I'm woman enough to sit up here and admit to myself that I'm not at 100 all the time. I'm not. I'm not right.
Nobody's
I'm
perfect.
not. So when you sit and have to go into, okay, did I have anything to do as a partner? Was I lacking in my roles as a partner? Because 9 times out of 10, the person that did the cheating is going to come up with some kind of excuse to say as to why they did it, and that excuse is going to involve you somewhere along the lines. So before I even sit there and have the conversation to say, okay, help me understand what was your reasoning for going out and cheating, I've already sat with myself long enough to know that I can say I slacked a little bit over here. I can say I slacked a little bit over there. I can say all these different things about myself, and this will not excuse your actions. Not even a little bit, not even close. So for me, it's more so about looking inward, holding a mirror up to yourself and saying, what is it about me? What is it that I could have done better, or could I, what I didn't pay attention to, or what I didn't see? Because you can't possibly wake up and just, like Kelly Price said, just I woke up in my own world thinking that I was the
Kelly
perfect lady.
Price is, but yeah, go
You
ahead.
can't. But it's the truth. You cannot possibly think that you just waking up every day, that you're just this girl or this guy that just got everything down packed so good. And I tell people all the time, and they look at, they treat it as though, oh, you're okay with being cheated on. No, to me, cheating is not the worst thing in the world. To me, it's not.
Mm.
I've experienced it. I've been in it. I've cheated and I've been cheated on. I'm sorry, but cheating is not the worst experience in the world. Is it traumatizing? Yes. Is it crippling, emotionally
Oh,
crippling?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time,
Is
please.
it traumatizing? Yes. Is it emotionally crippling? Yes. But is cheating the worst thing in the world? No. The worst thing in a relationship to me is being with somebody and you feel dead alone. You literally walking around your house with the same person every day and you feel dead by yourself. Like that right there. And I've experienced that. When I tell you, I will take being cheated on 1,000 times to be in a household with somebody that say that they love me every day, but not only cheat on me, but treat me as though I am absent, like I don't exist. Prime example, and this is just me, I'm very transparent. Me and my ex, we was going through it. We had our rough patch or whatever. And if anybody's seen Waiting to Exhale, y'all know the movie where Bernadine sat in the chair and said, cut it all off. I had one of those moments, okay? I just sat in the chair and I just cut all my hair off. He was gone. He was at work. He
That soundtrack was amazing.
Yes, it was. It was. I listen to it still to this day. And he came back home again. I cut, like I did a number one. The guys know what a number one is. I did number
10?
one.
What you talking about?
The haircut. I went
Oh,
all the way
I'm
low.
sorry. I'm tripping.
I did a low boy. I went all the way low. So I had no hair. He left. I had a head full of hair down to my shoulders. By the time he came back, it was all gone. When he came back, he did not say anything to me. He did not speak to me. It was nothing. It was his regular reaction. The next, I'm sitting there in my head like, so he don't realize that I done cut all my hair off. I had a head full of hair when he was gone. And then the next day rolled around, he getting ready for work. So I stopped him. So I said, so you just not going to say nothing at all. You not going to notice this? He said, notice what? I said, my hair is gone. I cut it all off. Oh, no, I didn't notice. I died. The inside of me died. That died that day. Whatever it was that I felt, believed, thought about him, it died. Because at that moment, I was invisible to you. Because that's a drastic change. That's just like your man walking through the door and he done cut off his whole beard and you done know him to have a beard his whole life. You going to be looking, hey, where did it go? Where did Tickle Me Elmo go? So I can't, that's one of those things where I feel like, while I do not accept cheating, I can say I understand it because I've been on both sides of it. But that is not the worst thing in the world to me. It's
It's
not.
not. Let me say this. HNIC, I'm glad you said no particular order because Friday had two soundtracks. It had the old school and it had the other one. Friday was off the chain, but I don't know exactly where to put it in here. But there was a time I tried to tell this to my daughters that when they made a movie soundtrack, they had to make a soundtrack to it. Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the first one, and I'll tell my age, I don't care. That first soundtrack was amazing. MC Hammer, you know what I'm saying? The TMTUTLE power. Man, sound that tape, I used to wear it out. I used to wear it out. Um, that movie changed my life. But as far as what you're saying, you're telling the truth. And cheating is bad, but what I've learned in life is that, and even in my marriage, because there was no cheating involved, but it still ended. There are so many more problems that you're gonna go through than, you know what I'm saying, so many problems that you can go through than infidelity. You know what I mean? That's not going to be the end all be all. I'm going to be honest. I thought that going into it, if you don't cheat, hey, everything's going to be hunky dory because I'm going by what I learned. Because, you know, my papa was a Rolling Stone. But that's not the truth. There are so many other issues and so many other things that you have to deal with. Sometimes a man cheating on you is a crutch for you to be able to, you know what I'm saying, do it, you know what I'm saying, feel how you want to feel and act how you want to act, you know what I'm saying, treat him how you want to treat him because he cheated on you. And it will be hard for you if you were with somebody that didn't cheat on you, that, you know what I'm saying, you have to deal with issues and even issues within yourself. Sometimes you can't get to the gist of things. You can't get to the core issues because of cheating. That's something that, you know what I'm saying, that's easy. Hey, you cheated on me. Forget about what I did, what I said. If I said I forgave you and didn't and did this, so if I did this to you, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be quiet because sometimes I be saying things that, you know what I'm saying, sometimes I'd be going too far, but you know, cheating is bad. It is bad and it's unacceptable, and it's a good reason to get divorced. It's a good reason to, you know, break up a relationship, but sometimes it's a crutch because some people stay in relationships, you know what I'm saying, even after that, just so they can hold that over a man. And I've done relationship counseling where I've talked to couples, and it's like, man, you putting this man through hell and you can't forget, you know what I'm saying, exactly what happened and what goes on, and or this woman, and he's trying to make amends for it, but that's really not what you're trying to make. You're using it as a form of control. You're using it as a manipulation tactic. You know what I mean? So I always tell men, don't do that. Don't give them that. If it's going, let it be something else. Let it be something else. That's too easy. You stupid. You ignorant.
Wait,
You know what I
what
mean?
specifically? Don't give
Say
them
it
what?
again. Don't give them the power to hold you cheating on them over their head, over your head. Get some real issues that you need to work out that you can fix. Because some people will hold that over and they'll, you know what I'm saying, you need to do this for me because you did this. That's always something they can go back to. If you cheat on a woman, that's something that's always going to be held over your head. That's something that they're always going to go back to. The worst thing that they can do is stay with you and keep you afloat. The best thing they can do is move on. And that's the best thing for both of you. The best thing they can do is say, hey, you cheated on me. I don't tolerate that. I'm moving on. Instead of, I don't want to say lying, but being untruthful and saying, hey, we can work it out. We're going to move on. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to hold that against you. Man, you done.
Can I
Listen,
be a
You
cheating.
done
testimonial
for.
example?
I tell people all the time, cheating is not for the faint of heart. Coming back from cheating is not for those. It ain't for those. You
Get it.
gotta be ready to play ball after you done got caught cheating. Cause baby, it's you finna play some ball. It's gonna do a lot. My only thing with cheating was, and like I said, I can understand it because I've been on both sides of it. And that's why I said I'm not really big on apologies for things that I meant to do. I told my ex straight up and down, I'm not apologizing for cheating. I can't even say I'm apologizing because it hurt you because I knew my intentions when I did it. So to sit here and apologize to you is like an insult because if I didn't mean to do it, I would have never did it in the first place. That's not a mistake. Cheating is not a mistake from the very beginning to the very bitter end. It's not a mistake. Putting sugar in salt is a mistake. Okay?
Can you say your intentions for cheating real quick? I want to hear your personal one.
My reasons for cheating, to be honest, dead honest, I was vengeful. I can give you multiple. As a matter of fact, I won't even sit up here and say that it's just one reason. I was vengeful. I was hurt. I was angry. I was being petty,
Wait, so
and
he cheated
Hold
first?
on, hold
And
on,
you
hold
did?
on, hold on. Wait a minute, Clutch. Let me give you my reasons when I cheated when I was in college. Because I don't want you to be out here by yourself.
But it's different for men
Uh,
and women, though. Like, women's reasons are more rooted and depth. Like men, they can kind of cheat just for willy nilly, I think.
okay, mine was willy nilly. Don't do me like that,
I
though.
kind of figured, but yeah. That's why I wanted to know hers personally, because I know men would probably cheat like in revenge, be like, oh, she's cheating, so I'm gonna do it too. But like, I never heard of a woman doing it because he's doing it. Like, I would think a woman would just leave.
no,
I mean,
No,
there are
women
different
I'm gonna cheat you
are
promiscuous
until
not
levels.
all
you
sugar and
lie.
spice. American, you
No,
the last person I'm letting up because we're gonna end this. We're gonna
no.
end this.
I ain't,
I'm
I ain't,
sorry.
I'm 36. I just turned 36 last month. Let me tell you right now, as of 2, 3 years ago, that's when I stopped wanting to get my lick back. I'm a newly transformed. I will leave if I find out that you cheating. Caught me a couple of years ago. Oh, I'm on what you on. I'm on it heavy. Don't play with me. Find you
And you
somebody to
don't
play
think they
with.
do that, but that happens and it
And
hurts.
I'm one of the
It
ones that is going to
hurts.
be honest about it because when I walk into a situation with the man, I tell the man straight up and down, what do you want? Because if you want a monogamous relationship, I will provide you everything that a monogamous relationship requires. But if you play with me, you gonna wish. You gonna wish. Because I play back and I play harder, much harder. Because I gave you the opportunity to receive nothing but love, care, and consideration for me. I can accept my immaturity. I can accept me being all of whatever it was. And yes, when the woman cheats, yes, she may be only cheating herself, but I could tell you right now, I wasn't crying when I finished. I didn't feel bad when I finished, which is why I said I don't make apologies for decisions like that. I meant it, all of it. So to sit here and tell you, oh, I apologize, no, I felt good in that moment for what I did. If you felt bad, oh well. That's the reason behind it, and that's
Well,
just being honest.
what did you
I'm not.
think it would hurt him more just if you just walked out and then just like be like, no, there's nothing you could do? Like that would hurt him more than you just be like, okay, I'm in the relationship and I'm cheating. I'm doing what
When
you're
you
doing.
mature and when time goes on, when you mature a little bit more, and you always will, as long as you're in a willing submission state to grow, you will always learn and continue to grow. That it's better and it's just easier to leave. But again, this is me a couple of years
Hold
ago. I'm
on.
still
She
in
said
my
he
learning phase.
said he or she, I don't want to misgender, but he
Mhm.
said does it hurt more? Man, that leg back hurt. I ain't gonna
Oh
lie.
no, that lit back hurt. Oh, that
Oh,
lit back hurt because see, I don't cheat. I didn't cheat I didn't step down on cheating. I stepped up. I always took it up a notch. And I always took it up a notch with somebody who liked me more than I liked them. And it just, in this
Hold on.
situation, being transparent.
I would say that the best thing that they can do for you is to leave. Kutch, I know you asked, you know what I'm saying, what hurts more? The best thing that they can do for the person that they're going to cheat on or cheat back on is to just leave. That's the best thing. That would be nice. That would be sweet.
okay.
That cheating back, telling you, it ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun. Not
No,
gonna lie
it's
to you.
Who said that women cheat because of some reason, like emotions? Who said that?
I did. The women I've heard that they've said, just like how what's your name? Don't do it, damn it. She says
I
she
didn't
wouldn't
reject it. You can. You might
she
have got it
wouldn't do it
wrong. I don't
again. But I
know.
know men
But
that
we good though. We good. I'm about to
if
end it.
they
I'm
if
sorry.
they cheat regularly, or not like regularly, like it's a thing, like if it just happens for them or whatever, if they do it, they don't look too much into it. They're just like, yeah, I cheated on her. I shouldn't have, but like whatever. And then they end up doing it again and again and again and again, and they never stop.
No, I'm not a natural me. The fact of the matter is I'm human. I know how to cheat. I know how to lie. I know how to place hurt on another person because I am equipped with these abilities like everybody else. It's the question is, will my moral compass allow me to? We are all equipped with the abilities to screw each other over. The question is, will my moral
That's
compass
it.
allow me to?
Thank you, Coretta.
That's fair.
I,
So you have to look at it from a situation of, if you're not the type that can take cheating, please don't cheat. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Because
I thought y'all was sugar and spice and
that's
everything nice. I forgot about the spice. I
but
didn't know
how
what
can a
spice meant.
relationship, like, after cheating, how can it relate? I don't like, how can it work after that? The
I'm
question is
telling
not
you,
because
American, whatever you want to be called, man. I've been caught red-handed, and you know what I'm saying. I'm surprised. You talking about how can it work on both ends because you're gonna lose respect for somebody that just lets you cheat on them,
right.
and you know what I'm saying. You move forward. You know, respect is important to me, and then at the same time, you gotta be stupid. Now that I think about it, that somebody's just going to be loyal to you that you didn't cheated on. Like, I mean,
It depends, and
So
that's
how
where
does it work
now
after that? Y'all
you
don't
go
trust each
into the
other.
rules. Now you have to
Checking
get deep into the
phones.
rules.
Yeah, every time they leave, you checking their phone, you doing this, you doing
this is
that.
all the people. Next time, kiss me next
I
time,
do.
UK.
Honestly speaking, the thing with cheating is, and this goes back to as I spoke a little while ago when I had said that you have to go to the root of why the cheating exists. There are relationships, you can have a healthy relationship after your partner cheats or whatever the circumstances may be. That just determines you as man or woman and what you're really willing to go through to gain back whatever you feel like you lost. And in my mind, it's not a matter of gaining back what you lost, it's about rebirthing something new, because we will never go back to what we was. And that's why a lot of times making it work after cheating has happened, because people are so hell bent on, oh, I want what we used to have. I wanted to be the way it used to be. Baby, the way it used to be is dead. So now you have to love me in this new space that we are in now. You have to learn how to love me in this new space, not in that old space, because that old
Thank
space
you.
is dead.
I feel like if you cheat, there's not a fear of losing that person. Like if you lose that person, you know, whatever it happens, it's a consequence. But if you really love somebody, it's almost impossible to cheat on them. If
Not
you
I'm
really.
going. I'm going to disagree, but I
Not really.
understand
That's
where you're
not.
coming from.
I understand where you're coming from, but no, you do not need to be in love with somebody. You don't. Love will never. The factor. This is love. This is my opinion of what love is, because love is a action word. Love is giving somebody the power to hurt you, but just hoping that they never do. Key word in that: hoping that they never do. Because at the end of the day, we can't really speak or attest to why anybody does anything in the realms of cheating. Because again, you could do everything that you're supposed to do, be all the American love woman thing. You can be that. He can be that. And you still go cheat because for whatever reasons, whatever places in you are just simply unfulfilled. I have heard of stories where women have cheated on excellent men simply because, oh, he's boring. I've seen men cheat on women, oh, well, because she ain't really doing it for me. But you don't want
Love don't pay the
nobody else
bills.
there.
Love don't stop you from cheating.
Yeah, love
Love
does
don't do
not
that.
stop you from cheating.
and I
It
feel like those are people who they're not afraid to lose that person because like if my husband cheat on me, I'm it's a wrap. If I cheat on my husband, I know it's a wrap. He's not going to respect me. He's not going to like it's a wrap
Ooh.
after that.
Well, let's
yeah,
talk about
most
respect. I
definitely.
think respect is more important than love and friendship. You know what I mean? Respect is
I agree.
important.
Yeah, if I
You
lost
know,
my husband's
love is something that
respect,
you grow
yeah.
into. It's not something that you fall into because you're gonna get hurt.
And that's
Love,
why I love what?
oh, I was gonna let you speak, but love, like I said, love is something you grow into. It's not something that you fall into. Love is not. Love is a feeling. Sometimes it can become an action, but it takes time. You don't build a relationship off of love because that gets distorted. You know what I mean? We're getting into a whole different conversation. I don't even want to get there. We're gonna go there though. We will get there. Um, we will get there, and we've been there.
But definitely, love is one of those things where it's simply just an action word. I love you, so I won't let anything happen to you. I love you, so I won't do these things to you that you don't want me to do to you. Love has nothing to do with you being a human.
I'm
You are.
sorry. 1 second. 1 second. We gotta help somebody. Ezra said love is a feeling. Cool, Ezra. If love is a feeling, then feelings change. You can fall in love and you can fall out of love with somebody. All right. So you not. I'm sorry. I just wanted to kind of address that. If love is a feeling, then that's dangerous to both of y'all when it comes
I
down to it
mean,
because your feelings change.
but love is just a feeling. That's why people get divorced. Like it is a feeling. It's not
All the more
actions. It's just
reason.
it's an emotion.
Yeah, all the more reason as to why I forgot the person that made the comment and stated that, well, it will your relationship would just be like a business. That's the thing. My logic is that I cannot rule my relationship off of love alone because that's not going to happen. If I'm not sexually stimulated by you, there's not enough love in the world that I'm gonna have for you. That's going to
Yes.
stop me from going to do other things to sexually satisfy to satisfy myself. So you have to think about it at this point, and I understand why all centuries ago, ages ago, where our parents were the ones who aligned our marriages for us. It wasn't about us. They didn't care if we was attracted to the person or not. They didn't care if we liked the person or not. It was about business, what this person can do for you and how you will be taken care of for the rest of your life and what is gained through this marriage. You learn to be in love as time go on with that person. So if you place love as just the sole feeling, as Michael said, your feelings are prone to change. So if you're mad today, your love is not going to stop you from hurting me tomorrow.
Okay, let me say this. Let me address the comments real quick before I let y'all get y'all final words. Raphael de la Ghetto. Y'all don't know nothing about that. He says love is a duty. Love is an action. I agree. I think love is a commitment that you make. You know what I mean?
Love
That is
is just an
true.
emotion. It's just
If well, you
it's
know
no
what? But
action. I can love someone and still do them dirty.
yeah, but there are different types of love, and we'll go over that. You know what I'm saying? And I understand. Ezra said if you don't fall in love, but you grow in love, that's exactly what I said. It's not something that you fall into. It's something that you grow into. But there are different types of love. But I get exactly what you're saying. There's a cultural and spiritual aspect to me. I don't know them to do the comments. I'm sorry. No, no, no. Don't get into a relationship if you don't love the person. Love. That's not love. Ooh, Cinderella, Cinderella. All right now, listen, man. We all been bamboozled, and I'm gonna say this before I let y'all. I'm gonna let y'all have the floor. The whole purpose of this live is to talk about the differences between men and women. All right. The difference is hopefully to help y'all appreciate so y'all can make the right decisions because on both sides we feel like we don't like each other. Men don't like women, men don't like, I mean, sorry, men don't like women, women don't like men. And I can understand that. You know what I mean? I can understand how we got to that place, but I want us to come to an understanding that, hey, man, we need to understand each other. And if you with somebody who doesn't want to understand you, get rid of them. Somebody, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to understand, you in trouble. Because eventually it's gonna come to roost. They're gonna wake up, they're gonna be like, man, they don't care an iota about me. You know what I mean? Selfishness is a problem.
Yeah.
Selflessness is a problem also. You know, some people put
Explain
themselves in
that part.
situations where they can manipulate people, and some people put themselves in a position to be manipulated.
You have to
Sorry.
be very careful with this with the
I like
terms
that.
of discarding. You have to be very careful with the terms of discarding, because just because you don't like something or something doesn't fit the mold for you at that point in time, you have to be very careful on how you discard people, especially in the ways in which you discard people. Because at some point, when are you willing to grow outside of your shell? When does at what point do you progress?
I actually have an explanation. Actually, not an explanation, just a philosophy on the balance of exactly what you just said, Michael, which was just a balance in between selflessness and selfishness.
Okay.
And that is, it's been a long thing that I'm actually working on, because, people, well, I'm going to say myself, and if other people kind of can say they've been in a similar situation, that is what it is, and maybe it's just me. But I think growing up, even before just my relationship with my partner right now, an issue is just because of a family issue. I kind of was selfless towards other people and kind of selfish towards those closer to me, just because of issues I had with those really close to me. And I guess that's just trauma related. And maybe that caused me to seek out communication and relationships with other people. And so the idea, I guess, in my mind was to be selfless outwardly. And right now, it feels like the opposite. Well, no, it's exactly that. In my relationship right now, it's really tiring and a big thing for me to get out of, just a natural selfishness in communicating with my partner, who has been completely selfless towards me. I don't want to say completely, because she does, obviously stand ground, and we do have conflicts when it comes towards our values, our communications. We both kind of get quiet. We're not really vocal. We're not physical in argument, but we both struggle in, communicating what our points to each other. Sorry.
Y'all
This is
keep this conversation going for 25 seconds. I know y'all got it. Y'all can handle it. I'm listening.
no.
I
Somebody can
I
jump in.
mean, it doesn't have to take from your partner. It could be beneficial for both. It can be
I
beneficial
was
for both.
saying, I was saying, like, who isn't selfish? I think people are just naturally like they care about themselves more than they would care about anyone else.
I think that's very true. There's, for me, selfless, and I have been very selfless in my time, and I have been very selfish in my time. However, in my for me, I guess, looking at it now in relationships and whatnot, you have to have a healthy balance. You have to, like, I now walk into relationships, or whenever I'm going into a situation with anybody, I let them
Sorry.
know off top, like, there is there is me and there is you, and we need to understand and respect the fact that there is you and you are your own entity, and I am me and I am my own entity, and what's for me is for me, and what's for you is for you. I have a boundary. Please don't cross this boundary.
Right.
So that's the part. I have learned over the course of years to be selfish with me, to stop overextending myself simply because I love you and I care about you and I want to be with you and I want to make you happy. No, no, no. I don't feel like making you happy today. I don't want to make you happy today, because today I need to pour into making me happy today. Let me do that.
Okay. Y'all did a great job. I'm gonna say this. that it's been a great conversation. I we talk about triggers. I think we kind of discussed that, that leads you to where you're not free. Hopefully, what I'm saying, you can learn from them. I'm glad. I think somebody said it was a safe space for them. Like little things like that kind of make it worth it. But I'm not trying to reach everybody. I'm trying to reach one person every time I get on here. Shabella, you new here? Well, hello. We at the end. I'm sorry. Subscribe to my YouTube. I posted. You can see it. We had a great conversation. Yeah, it's a beautiful
Having a
day in the
safe place
neighborhood.
is so important, though. You're doing really good that people feel safe talking here.
For sure, for sure, for sure. It's not the same. It's not, you know what I mean? I want it to be different from what I experience. Because I experience a lot of different things going on here. You know what I'm saying? There's probably three fingers I can count on people that I can go. What am I doing? A beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor like Mr. Rogers. Come on, Coretta, you know what I'm doing? Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Okay, I'm old. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, go fry you some chicken. I'm going to fry some chicken. Oh, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. But you know what I'm saying? I'll let y'all get y'all final words in, and I'm going to make sure that everybody ate good. Hey, Raphael. Hey, Raphael, I might have to follow you back, but I want to make sure you're not like super duper problematic because you be trying to do what I be doing, but you might get it. What's your Y-tube? It's in my bio, Raphael. You're gonna want to follow it. Why y'all requesting up still? Don't do it right now. Catch me next time. I'll be back Thursday at 3 o'clock Georgia time. ATL. That means two up, two down. All right. If that means anything to you. All right. American, you the last one that I got you. Hey, follow me up on it. Let you up. Oh man, why are you begging? Dang, I got a big heart. Hold on. I got a big heart. Heart. I got a big heart. What's up? I'll outsing you, and I will put you in the ground. All right.
Bold ass bitch.
I'll put you. Ooh. I'll put you to shame. Keep on. That's all you got, Mariah.
You bold ass bitch.
You did the Batman thing. Hold on. I'm gonna serve you. I'm gonna serve you. I'm gonna serve you. If you think you're lonely now, oh yeah, wait until tonight, girl. You be up. A skeleton comes out of your closet and chase you all around the room.
Turn them off.
Don't get me. Don't get. Hey, you just got served. You just got served. You just got served. Don't come here with that. American, would you get your last words? You want me to do my thing?
Um, no, I think you've hosted a really good live. I enjoyed it. I do think it was a safe place for people to kind of share things, and I followed you, and I appreciate everything you're doing. Like to me, melanated families are so important. I think just this gender war and all this other stuff going on. I don't like where things are headed. So I'm very glad that people like you are holding spaces like this. So I appreciate you.
Thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing. I appreciate the appreciation. This is for a cause. Like I said, I wasn't joking. This was a chapter that I'm working on. It took a lot longer than I thought I did, but I got some really good information and some really good feedback. If you haven't been here before, I'm gonna show you how we end this. All right, this is how we do it. Good bread. Actually, American, can you repeat after me? Come off mute, please. Good bread.
Good bread,
Good meat.
good meat.
The table was spread,
The table was spread,
but did you eat?
but did you eat?
My God,
Oh,
my
I like
God. Until next time,
it.
Thursday. Thank
Until
you for
next
everybody who
time.
came up. Appreciate you, American.